Oh, it's already time for a show? Man, I lost control of the day. I lost control of the week. I lost control of pretty much everything going on. I got into Endwalker. I'm playing Dying Light 2. Been busy, man. Been busy. What's up back in my days? What's up, Dark Paladin? We got a lot of stuff going on. I was gonna be streaming some Stream Raiders today, only Stream Raiders, but I guess oh, why does it do this the first time every time? It wigs out the first time every time. I was gonna do Stream Raiders if they had drops, but all they have for drops are skins. I'm not doing skin drops. So we'll do some Stream Raiders map. It's double token days, which is always a good time. Got a couple of Reddit posts I want to look at. Got a couple of forum threads I want to look at. We're going through a little bit of a dry period, though. That's the problem with January, February, March in the MMORPG space. Although I wanted to look at something. Did Lost Ark finally hit? Did Lost Ark finally hit 1.5 million? No, they hit 1.3. They're already going. They're not going forward. So, you'll get more traffic after the content creator comes out. They're out of servers. No, they're not out of servers. What do you mean they're out of servers? They're owned by Amazon. If they wanted to, they could just put up more servers. It's the big problem with that comes is, and that's going to be one of the forum threads or one of the Reddit threads we look at today. Getting launch day right is really, really hard. Getting launch day right, appreciate that. Right there, resubscriber. Doing maintenance work. Got maintenance work to do. There you go, now it's working. 14 months, that's almost a whole year. That's right, that's almost a whole year. They said it's architecture issues. Yeah, the problem is that I don't know why companies don't plan for success. What's up, Decimate? I don't know why companies don't plan for success. It's like companies always build in, like, they plan for failure. Like the authentication server that allows you to launch the game before you even select the server is dying. Yeah, and that's one of the things I hope Intrepid Studios listens about. Well, let's take lessons learned. What's up, Z? That was a nice pizza box in your video, Z. That's one of the things that I talk about. So this is my representation of the United States as a square, right? Now let's actually do a nice square. So here's the United States as a nice square, and what you have is why is it not saving as my pen size? You have West Coast, you have Central and Mountain, and you have East Coast, right? Now here's one of the things that I hope Intrepid Studios does. Let's just say they have 3 servers here, they have 5 servers here, and they have 3 servers here, right? And let me clean out, I don't need this, so let's get rid of that. Let me just trim off that piece. So, instead of there being just one authentication server that everybody lines up on, right? And what's going on with Lost Ark right now is that this is your authentication server and it's full. Even though there's space in all these servers, this server's full. It can't handle any more people. So in order for this person to get to this server that's only at 92% full, you could get this person out of line, but the authentication server already has as many people lined up as it can. So this server's 100, this server's 100, this server's 100, and all the people on this list are trying to go to a server that's already at 100. So the trick here is you've got people stuck in line whose servers have space for them, but they can't get, it's like the ride at Disney World doesn't have a line on it, but the front gate is backed up. Well, what I hope Intrepid does is learn from Final Fantasy XIV and get rid of this. And maybe one of these days I'll actually get the background set to the right color. Nope. There we go. So what I hope they do is they put an authentication server in each of these regions. Now, does it cost a little bit more money to do this? Yes, absolutely. At more server, more infrastructure is always going to have more cost to it. But on launch day, right? Now all these people that are lined up for West Coast, and that's one tall dude. He's gonna go here, not have a line. The only people that are gonna get stuck in line are the people going to this server. This server's at 92, this server's at 88. So these people are gonna get in a line, except nope, you're gonna get yoinked out of line. You're gonna get yoinked out of line, and the only people that are gonna get stuck here are for West Coast 1. Now, what would happen if after what would happen if after launch or a couple of months into it, you notice that none of your servers are on queue? Well, number one, you got a problem. Number two, you could get rid of these authentication servers and you could go back to having everybody going through one. You could cut down your cost. You don't have to keep it set up. Sure, you have to have a plan while you're in development to say, how are we going to do this if we want to remove the servers? At the end of the day, though, the cost here, right? The cost here is pennies. Also, when you factor this in, if you ever do an expansion that's going to get a lot of people to come back, then you always build in okay, we can handle when people come back after an expansion. Look at Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy number 1 had to suspend all free trial accounts. It was literally like, I'm sorry, your account can't log in right now. And then number 2, they were so successful that they needed to stop selling the game in order to let people, because Final Fantasy is a theme park, people are going to do their playthrough of the expansion, and this is the end of the story. Now, no spoilers, because not everybody's through it yet. But normally in a Final Fantasy, you get the expansion, and then you get the expansion plus, then expansion plus plus, then expansion plus plus plus, and then it's time for the next expansion. Well, I don't know how Square Enix is doing this right now. I know they have to build out a little bit more content. I know we don't have everything. Where do I anticipate Lost Ark being a month from now? That's a good question. Because Lost Ark is a free-to-play game, I think Lost Ark is going to follow a little bit different of a curve than normally games follow. Because normally, right after launch, the game will drop, and then the game will go up, and then it'll go back down. It'll be doing well, it has a lot of content. No, it actually really doesn't. Lost Ark doesn't have a ton of content. Here's the reason why Lost Ark took off with a shot. And there's some problems here with the math and the numbers. So apparently Lost Ark sold 1.5 million Founders Packs, right? But those Founders Packs gave people early access, and they only saw 583,000, give or take my memory. That they didn't hit 600,000 while they were in early release time, early access. So that means about 900,000 people that bought a Founders Pack didn't show up or couldn't show up or whatever. Also keep in mind, I am not saying Lost Ark is good, bad, indifferent. I'm saying Lost Ark is an isometric downward-looking game where the PvP isn't going to be that challenging because everything is an AoE attack. And is there content? Sure. But why is Lost Ark taking off like gangbusters right now? Because what else is there? What else is new? What else is new right now in this drought of MMORPGs? anything right now that comes out is going to get people's attention. Any MMORPG that drops is going to get people's attention. Because when you're faced with nothing, when you're crawling through the desert towards the mirage, thinking there's water, when you get there and you find out there's no water, you'll drink the sand. Lost Ark is just a really good launch at a really good time because there's nothing else. The other difference is it's free. New World had a box price. So New World was never a game with a box price that starts off with a bad reception is never going to be able to gain traction, because as soon as people hear this game sucks, they're not going to open their wallet for you. But a free-to-play game is the lowest barrier of entry. Yeah, I was just using the if all you have to eat is stale crackers, a piece of bologna seems like steak. I'll tell you guys this. I have never been hungry enough to eat Spam. I've never been hungry enough to eat Spam. But I know people that are happy when they can afford a can of Spam that week. I know people that can do 16 different things with a can of Spam. I've never been in a situation where that is all I had to eat, and I pray I never am. New World sucked at launch and became worse after updates. Yeah, again, what's your point? What's your point there? Nobody's defending New World. New World started off bad, and New World started off bad and got worse. New World didn't have Lost Ark's numbers, but you can't start comparing. You can't say New World didn't have the numbers because New World didn't have the same numbers. Well, New World's a buy-to-play game, completely different game. It's not the launch that killed it. No, it is the launch that killed it. A game must be good to get over 1 million players. Unfortunately, New World never had more than 1 million concurrent players. So, unfortunately, if you're going to try to throw that shot, make sure that you're actually factually accurate, because you can't produce anything that said New World. Oh, Lost Ark? No, a game doesn't have to be good to get. No. Stop. A game doesn't have to be good to get 1 million players. A game is free. Because the game is free, what does it cost anybody to try it? Here's the other problem with that, and I say this all the time. Remember, your number in launch month counts that you checked the box, you tried the game. It doesn't. We don't get certain data points that we need. The data points we would need to say if a game is good is what's your player retention. You don't know the player retention. Even the concurrent player number doesn't give you player retention. I try a game today, I uninstall it today. I count in your first month as 1 hash mark. But if you had more in-depth metrics, how many players played for 8 hours, how many played for 30 hours, how many played for 60 hours, how many played on 10 unique days, what is your unique logins? There's tons of numbers. There's plenty of free MMOs that never even got near that number. Okay, you're right. There's plenty of MMOs that never even got near that number. Are we going to just talk about random bullshit now, or what are we going to do? There's plenty of free MMOs that never even got near that number. And yet, the game that holds the Guinness Book of World Records for the most subscribers ever is RuneScape, with over 110 million people have made an account for RuneScape. So, I mean, you can try to come at me with all of this bullshit, but the thing is, I'm going to be able to defeat every one of those. You're already jumping around. There's plenty of free MMOs that never even got near that number. Sure. What month did they release? Who did they compete against? When did they come out? Let's give me one game at a time. Let's look at launch month. Let's look at what was going on around it. Can we get any sort of player retention number? If, as we look at it right now, the first month of data is going to be meaningless, because these people could be going back and forth, where somebody tries it, somebody leaves, a new person takes their place. You can't look at day one data on day one. You have to look at day one data 3 months from now. Real-time data analysis can be done at Amazon Game Studios because they have all of the metrics. They have all of the data. They have the unique users. They have the new accounts created. They have all of that stuff. They have all that data. This is the only piece of data we can pull. So their all-time peak was 1.3 million. Playing 18 minutes ago was 1 million. And in the last 24-hour peak, they only hit 1.2. Some people would jump the gun and say, well, they're already hemorrhaging numbers. No, it's too soon to say that. We need to get to the next weekend when they've stabilized servers, when they fix the authentication server issue. Maybe 1,324,761 is the absolute total number of people they could shoehorn into the game. Maybe that is 100% saturation. Maybe it's not. Maybe if they had their authentication server worked out on day one, maybe they would have hit 1.5 million. Maybe they would have hit 2 million. We can't know that. But what we can know is in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, 180 days, and then 365 days, we can look at what happened. Also remember, Lost Ark is probably 50% higher than New World for literally no reason other than the lack of the barrier to entry. What is out right now that somebody who wants to play an MMO can play for free? Nothing. Nothing else is bumping heads against Lost Ark. New World came out. New World kind of muscled itself into that end of September slot. Good for them. They caused Elyon to bump to the right. Final Fantasy came out. ArcAge came out. I don't think anything really competed one for one with New World. New World just suffered from day 1, day 2, day 3 bad media. And if it has a barrier to entry, bad media raises up a barrier to entry. Bad media doesn't do anything to a free-to-play game. Free-to-play game, what do I have to lose? That's why we talked about free trials on the show. That's why so many companies try to figure out what is the absolute best free trial experience. Because free trial experience comes with an inherent marketing strategy. It's called the sunk cost fallacy. Final Fantasy XIV does this just about the best in the industry. Their free trial lets you go all the way through Heavensward to level 60. You can go all the... Now, there are a couple of limitations. There are a couple of features that you can't access, such as you can't make your own party on a free trial account, but you can inherit a made party. You can't join a free company, and you can't player-to-player trade. You can't use the auction house. And these are just limitations that they put in to limit bot accounts. With that said, the fact that the company lets you play through A Realm Reborn Plus, which is considered an expansion, considered a free expansion, and the first paid expansion, that's a pretty lucrative free trial. What they hope is at the end of it, you either, number one, really fell in love with the character that you made. Number two, you really are interested in the story. Or number three, you realize, well, I've already sunk all this time into the game. I might as well buy it and see where this goes. I think a lot of gamers forget free-to-play in a box price, even though they're MMORPGs, you got to put them in there. You got to put them in their distinct and separate lane. With that said, I want to take a look at... I want to take a look at this one on the forums. Love the transparency. Keep it up. Hey, I appreciate that. Transparency isn't always appreciated. Sometimes it gets you into trouble. Let's see. So will it be possible to convert in-game currency for Ember's Cash Shop currency? Now, first of all, a lot of people didn't understand this thread. The first group of people that responded all were trying to think that the person was trying to say, can I sell Embers in-game for gold? That's not what the person's saying, okay? What the person's aiming for, right? A lot of people were thinking... Right? This is Intrepid. A lot of people were thinking this person gives Intrepid cash, right? And then Intrepid gives them embers. And then this person gives this person embers. And then this person gives this person gold. That's what a lot of people were thinking this was the plan, and this isn't what the plan was. What this person was asking was there ever going to be a time and place where this person gives Intrepid gold, and in exchange, Intrepid gives this person embers? Now, let me explain. No, that's never going to happen, because Intrepid needs this to run the company. If Intrepid could pay their bills with in-game currency, they would just print as much in-game currency as they need. So this person says, I would like this feature. Well, no, okay. And this is where I get the most criticism. Like, people are like, you make fun of people on the forums. Yes, I do, because clearly somewhere along the line you missed a step in your education. I would like this feature. I don't need you to say that. You know why? Because I know you would like this feature, because you took the time to invest the time to post it. The trick here is that people haven't read this book, right? People haven't read this book, so they don't understand. You're trying to influence people. What you're really trying to do is manipulate people. You're trying to manipulate people because you're trying to get people to rally to your side to build support for something that doesn't exist. I would like this feature. I think it would bury the issue with the Cash Shop cosmetics as it stands. Players who have more time to play and less real-world funds can work their way to a cosmetic purchase via an in-game currency sync. More active players on the server, more incentive to stay subscribed, bigger population. All right. Appreciate that resubscribe. So here's the problem with the immediate premise. You're assuming that Node Wars, Guild Wars, Node Sieges, Castle Sieges, Caravans, the Arena, Enemy of the State, Bounty Hunting, the Artisan System, Node Development, which is separate from those other pieces, Personal Development, Social Organizations, Religions, Dungeons, Raids, and World Bosses wouldn't be enough to keep people playing the game, that this more active players on the server because people are actually farming cosmetics. Okay? No. If the game is garbage, I'm not going to spend my money for my monthly sub to farm cosmetics in a garbage game. Just because you create this event doesn't mean you're going to increase the population of the game. So I strike that all just straight out. Consumers with bursting wallets can still buy the embers and with money and purchase cosmetics. Win-win. Okay? Well, first of all, it's a win. You haven't clarified the other win yet. To clarify, this is not a two-way exchange. Dollars for embers to game currency. Oh, look at that. You got the nice new Paradox Heart. Unlike Guild Wars 2, somebody pays for gems and gems equal gold. So you cannot pay to win by gold, just to be clear. Obviously, this is hypothetical. Embers are not an entity as yet, merely alluded to. Well, embers are an entity. Again, I hate to be a dick, but if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, please ask some questions. But any topic regarding them seems to be ignored or overlooked, so I'm bumping up embers into a possible discussion again. First, what do you mean embers are not an entity and any topic is ignored? hold on. You have over 1,000 of them? I really hope, I really hope. Uh-oh. Where is my ember trend? Where is my ember amount? I would have hoped that my embers were profile. Where the fuck are your embers now? Oh, here it is. All right. I hope that embers are a real thing, man. I hope that embers are a real thing. Otherwise, I'm gonna be a little pissed. If embers aren't a real thing, I'm a little upset. Okay, so that aside, but any topic regarding them seems to be ignored or overlooked. Show me one topic about embers that have been overlooked. Now, of course, we get the immediate, it will not. It is the very definition of pay to win if this is made possible. Good person, usually on the ball, completely didn't read the post. People with more time and less coin and ashes can just spend that time working on an in-game cosmetic, rendering this whole thing pointless. This is true. So this is the true part. But there is no pay to win by what the person described. The person said, there is no me. I didn't sell Karthos embers and Karthos gave me gold. I'll grab this real quick since it's present. You probably know better. Any dev updates on the program for partnership and AOC for content creators? I create content as well. No, they are still waiting to get their influencer relations specialist to come on board, and they want before they start inviting people. With that said, go ahead and put your application in, and when that person gets on board, that person will start going through them. Now, this person turned around. Isn't that just a marketing specialist? No, it's not. An influencer relations specialist is somebody like me who can help you with your content. Like, the other day I told you guys, a person came onto a Discord that I'm on, and they said, I'm losing viewers, I'm losing followers, I need to know what to do. I looked at their content, and I already knew how the conversation was gonna go. So I said to him, hey, if you're looking for an honest review of your channel, I will give you an honest review, but it's gonna be abrasive, and I don't think you're gonna like it. And the person turned around and they said, well, then no thank you, because I think you're just going to use this as an opportunity to be rude. And then they blocked me. If you are so snowflake, fragile, sensitive that somebody telling you a review of your channel is going to be abrasive because you have not one, not two, not 10, but like 20 glaring, blaring, neon light issues with your brand and your channel, then you don't really care about growing. One of the people that was here Friday, I said, if you join my Discord, I will give you a review of your brand. The person forgot to ask me for the review. They literally joined my Discord. I remembered the name. Saturday morning I got up. I get nothing out of it. I did a brand review for him. I can't get you to like the top numbered people. I don't even want to say the top 100% because I think the top 20 or so creators on Twitch are I think they're in the 0.001 when you really boil it down. There's the top 20 out of 3.1 million. Yeah, that's constructive criticism. People are just soft. The problem is that I don't give constructive criticism in a weak way, and so people are like, you're just being rude. Look, I'm not being rude. If I was going to be rude, I'd say your brand sucks, you're a failure, you're never going to make it. But if you are not an affiliate and you have a donate button on your Twitch, you are failing. You are doing something incredibly wrong because you're telling people that you don't value them unless they give you money. If you are not an affiliate, you should not have a donate button. Because your first goal should be to get to affiliate. When you get to affiliate, you unlock a whole bunch of goodies for your channel. You can make your channel better. Then at that point, you can put a donate button on. Now, can you do it? Sure. But I'd be interested to know from people who aren't affiliates how much money they're making in donations on average. Sure, they might get one or two big ones. but I highly doubt they're making a bunch of money. Anyway, so this person has to come back and say a one-way exchange in Embers is no way pay to win. And I agree with that. I don't know how I could possibly clarify any more to the point that some people are not going to be able to grasp the concept of a one-way exchange system. So at this point, right, at this point, the person's getting frustrated. You cannot turn Embers into game currency, therefore it's not pay to win. I agree with you. Not everyone in the world earns USD or has a minimum wage on parity, well, on parity with the US. How is adding more player access opportunity deemed pointless? If anything, this is the best solution to eliminate any controversy regarding the subscription cash shop disparity. So really what the person is not understanding is that Intrepid needs money. Intrepid can't keep the doors open if they're not getting money. You might say that all these things that you said, a healthier player base, more people on the server, like it's more fair. I think the bigger problem is you need to be worried about normalizing the subscription cost. One thing that people always say is they say it's not fair that I don't have as much money. Well, that's the thing about money. Some of you wish you had more money. I wish I had more money. I wish I had more money because my money makes people money, right? I just did my part and bought that $15 Rockbird. 20 seconds of game development time secured. There you go. But there are people who want money and they don't know why they want the money, right? I guess I'm placing healers today. People are like, I want money. But what are you going to do with it? Like last year, I told you guys on Friday, I pulled up the number. We paid independent contractors $8,200 last year. $8,200. Composers and artists in a design studio on Fiverr. $8,200. We made a lot of third world people. Like there are literally people in third world countries who compose the music for me who I'm making them rich comparatively. A composer gets paid $900 USD. Now, some people are like, you should be paying them more. And I argue, okay, why? Well, because you're making more money. I was like, would you like to see the company's financials about how little I make per song? We're not making a return on investment yet on PGN Music, right? We're not making a return on investment. But that's okay, because it takes time to grow. So I get what this person is trying to say, but their arguments like all over the place. Embers themselves open up a whole plethora of issues, but if they be implemented, this is at least one possible benefit from such an arbitrary token currency system. Embers themselves don't open up any issues. If you're going to say something like that, then back that up. And maybe one of you can help me out, but what are the issues with Embers? You buy Embers from Intrepid, and then when you want to buy something, you have the currency already bought. That's business. A roller coaster takes time. Oh, believe me, I know. Believe you me, I understand. Suggesting the in-game cosmetics are good enough for less sounds like contempt for the less fortunate. Okay. Again, gonna make me sound like a dickhead. I guess I gotta be the dickhead. I don't have contempt for the less fortunate. But I also don't feel bad when I'm at Universal Studios and I'm walking through the express line and I'm walking past people who've been in line for 45 minutes. And I'm walking past people who've been in line for 45 minutes and I'm getting 45 minutes ahead of them. That you get what you pay for. Like, I'm not going to feel bad that on my one vacation a year, I splurge for well, actually the trick is I don't splurge for the express passes. I just know how to get my express passes for free. So, the only issue I see with Embers is the possibility of some sort of weakness in the interfacing, exposing a vulnerability to the use collection of Embers. Yeah, so that is absolutely true. Elyon had this, Arcade Unchained had this, Lost Ark had this. I will say some of the best people that I've ever met when it comes to internet and cybersecurity went after that interface at the request of Steven. When APOC was running, people did try to duplicate the rewards. We were not able to duplicate any rewards because APOC granted us our stuff directly to our inventory. We were not able to replicate or duplicate any Ember rewards or cosmetic rewards. We were able to replicate or duplicate XP rewards, so we were able to finish the levels faster. And we wrote it up and we told Steven, and Steven wasn't, he was concerned about the people who did it at level 3 to finish level 50 so that they could get the good reward, but he wasn't concerned about the people that, got a level or 2 out of it. It's changed though, so it needs to be tested again from up. No, it doesn't, because it hasn't changed. It hasn't been changed. That reward system hasn't been touched or tweaked or tuned. Plus, with them not doing APOC castle sieges or them not doing APOC horde mode, that they have a piece of technology that worked and they don't need to touch it again. They now use a third-party solution for purchasing embers, and if you notice, you can't purchase embers anywhere through Exola. So the store module is tried and true and tested, not just by Intrepid, but by 30 or 40 or 50 other games. That module works. That module can't be exploited. Now, if Exola changes the module, then it would need to be tested. But Exola is really, really good at one thing, and that's making sure that their stores are secure. Because Exola only makes money when Exola makes money. If you're able to duplicate or hack, you don't need to buy, so Exola doesn't make money. I wish they'd bring APOC back or bring Siege. So let me give you both sides of that. I wish that they would bring APOC back. I wish that one of the things I wish is that Steven actually had followers and not a bunch of people working for him that either lied to him about their capabilities or didn't have the testicular fortitude to stick with it. I think APOC was absolutely a brilliant idea. I think APOC was fucking cash money. I wish Steven would cut 5 to 10 developers, put them on one side of the studio, and tell them, get APOC running again. It wasn't marketed well, absolutely. APOC was not a failure for what it was designed to do. APOC was a failure because nobody knew what APOC was. Ask 5 Intrepid employees what an APOC was and get 5 different answers. It was just unpopular. So it was unpopular because it was launched prematurely, and let's be honest, it sucked as a battle royale. As a testing environment, it was awesome. APOC was an awesome testing environment. But somewhere, somebody got it into Steven's head that you're going to release a testing environment and you're going to make the players pay for it. It was marketed horribly. And this is one of those, you can have a really good idea, but if nobody in the room knows how to take that good idea and translate vision into mission, translate vision into process, it fails. Why would they bring APOC back? What benefit does that provide to Intrepid or Ash's development? Would APOC really be a good testing environment? Yes. Because why do you need people to run around a map that's this big if all you want to do is get tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of combat data? If you want to test siege mode, then why do you need to bring the entire game up where you got to give people gear and you got to have missions and you got to have times? Just bring up siege mode, where siege mode literally starts and it randomly assigns people to offense and defense, and move forward with it. If you have something players can play at the same time earning cosmetics. Now here's where this person in their how do we deal with the cosmetic thing, here's where you get with that. What if you were to take this monthly cosmetic setup and make it fucking hundreds of hours. Hundreds of hours of playtime. People would jump at that. As long as you get meaningful data. Well, here's the thing. But you don't know. The problem is that how are you going to guarantee that you're going to get meaningful data in the MMORPG? Because a lot of people didn't. Remember, during Alpha 1, there were people who literally said it's not worth my time to walk across the map while it's rubber banding. So, if people don't think that that's worth their time, a lot of people did stupid shit. So, I hope they won't re-release the monthly packs later. They're not. It's already set in stone. Intrepid couldn't re-release those monthly packs even if they wanted to. If Intrepid were to re-release the monthly packs, then Intrepid, like 2 days later, the FTC would be on Intrepid's doorstep and be like, hi, do you have a minute to talk about our Lord and Savior? You're in violation of bait and switch. Intrepid wouldn't, because remember, the FTC would show up and fine Intrepid. And they would be like, well, what we're going to do is you've released 6 individual cosmetic items every month for X number of months, and the fine for this is $42,000. So we're just going to go ahead and slap you with the entire fine. You can lawyer up and you can go to court and you can get them to take away as much of that fine as you want. See, that's the thing about a regulator versus a advisement board. The FTC shows up and fines you, and that's it. That's the end of the day. You pay the fine or you get a lawyer. The other thing that the FTC can do is get an injunction. If Intrepid got that fine while they were still in development, another thing the FTC could do is be like, oh, by the way, here's your injunction. You can't release until you deal with your fine. And at that point, you're sitting there twiddling your thumbs and you're like, well, we really fucked that up, didn't we? And the US government, you know, little slow to the party, little slow on the upchuck. They're finally now starting to realize that MMORPGs are $1 billion a year industry. Online gaming, not gambling. Online gaming is a multi-billion dollar a year industry, so they're starting to pay more attention to it. Also, all my streamers out there, the IRS is now aware that due to the 2018 tax change, this is only for US streamers, they are now paying attention to your 1099 miscellaneous. So don't think that you can not pay your taxes on your streaming money. I know 14 streamers last year. The total count was 14. 14 streamers I know got audited and they all got fined. And now they're all waiting for a court date. They've paid their back taxes, but they have to wait for a court date to ask for forgiveness for the fine, because the fine is like 10 times as much as they owed in taxes. Also, little thing that people don't realize, if you're a business, you have to pay quarterly taxes. If you don't know what any of that means, you might want to talk to me after the show on Discord. I can do a little bit of explaining, but unlike when you go to a job and you fill out a W-2 and they withhold your taxes, if you're working for yourself as a sole proprietorship or any of the other methods, you have to pay quarterly taxes. Projected taxes. I'm not opposed to it, but I don't think people would play it. At the end, APOC, I was waiting for 10 minutes to play against the same 6 people. Yeah, the trick is that APOC was a great idea. APOC was a great idea that was poorly executed. I would like to see Steven cut 5 to 10 developers over to a side project and bring APOC back. But again, they would have to be able to get the data that they need. So it would become a tiger team of it's $600 annually, not $1,000 per quarter. They would need to know exactly what data they want. And then instead of the people in the... Basically, the way you would have to structure that is you would cut 5 to 10 developers over on a tiger team of could we do this? And then they would have to have like a 3-week can we do this? And then they would have to meet with the MMO team. And the MMO team would say, this is our requirements. And the Tiger team would say, okay, we can't meet those, or we can meet those. I think part of the reason they ended up killing off Castle Siege mode and Horde mode was, well, in that, see, this takes us back to an era of dicey history at Intrepid Studios, because they were talking about how leaderboards are coming next week, and the leaderboards never showed up after like 9 months. They said Castle Siege mode is coming, we're already testing it, we tested it with the PI people, and then it just never showed up. I think I understand why they don't want to really support two products. However, they didn't even, I don't feel they used the data that they got very well. By the fact that we went from a root forward locked animation to split body, but we started off and see, and what Karthos is saying is, all these action combat players back in 2017 were yammicking on and on and on about, we want action combat, we want action combat, we want action combat. Well, the problem was, they want action combat, they want action combat, they want action combat. We give them action combat. Then they say this combat sucks and they leave and they go back to playing their League of Legends or their CSGO. The problem is the people that you entrusted to get the data were mainly tab players. Hold on, I gotta turn the AC on. My office is, oh my God, it's 80 degrees in here. It's like 12 degrees outside and 80 in my office. Thank you, 3090. So yeah, would APOC be helpful for the hybrid combat decision? Or should that decision be made before opening it back up, if they do? So let me let me say this. I think that I think Intrepid needs to abandon hybrid combat. I think Intrepid needs to go to a tab-enhanced combat system, and here's why. They're 5 years into development. They're 5 years into development. They're 5 years into development. Not only do they still have to do nodes to stage 6, the castles, and the one castle they have designed needs to be redesigned. Figure out how many people they can put in a fight. They've got the whole game to build. They've got the whole world to build. They've got the whole world to build. So, I don't think they're at a point where they should still be trying to do something that other companies can't handle. So, with that said, let me look at the other one. Oh, yeah, the other one that, this person posted theirs a couple of times. And Talents pointed out that the same thread was open twice. The moderator should have already caught that. Yes, Faye, I deleted the comment because you were wrong. I don't need you to PM me the wrong fucking shit. I said 500, you said 1,000 per quarter. It's 1,000 when your taxes are filed. So yes, I was wrong with the dollar amount, but I don't need you trying to play like I'm right, you're wrong in the middle of my show. I deleted it, didn't give a fuck because you were wrong. You're still fucking wrong. You're still sending me fucking quotes for your wrongness. Just so you know, the shit that you sent me, right here on the page, okay? If they expect to owe 1,000 or more when their taxes are filed, it's not It's not per quarter. 500 or more when their taxes are due is corporations, but 1,000 for regular streamers, not 1,000 per quarter. I said 600. I'm fucking happy that, are we having fucking tax camp right now? You said 1,000 per quarter, all right? So, it's definitely not 1,000 per quarter. It's 1,000 when your taxes are due. I said 600. I'm off by 4. That's a hell of a lot. Being off by 4 is a hell of a lot better than being off by 4,000 or 3,000. So, keep that in mind. So, yes, corporations, it's 500. Individuals, it's 1,000, but not 1,000 per quarter. So, with that said, would it be bad for approaching Guild Wars 2 combat? I mean, it was successful for that game. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with Guild Wars 2 combat. The only people who like Guild Wars 2 combat is a very small sliver of the Guild Wars 2 players. Why I say that? A ton of people on Guild Wars 2 don't even use the action camera. See, when I did the poll a while ago, what we had was... What's the difference between action combat and action camera? Action combat is either a form-fitting hitbox, a standoff square, or a center cylinder. So there's 3 different ways to do action combat. And then when you ask an action combat player, what do you want? What is it you're looking for? Half of them say an action camera. The other half of them say precision combat. And then the people who say precision combat, more often than not reference BDO as precision combat. But then I say to the BDO players, so you're okay with waterfall stats in your action combat? And they always forget. They always forget that they have evasion and they have accuracy. Well, BDO at its core is hybrid because of that waterfall stat. And then the BDO players are like, well, no, that's not really what I want. BDO players want precision action combat, but they don't like that evasion accuracy piece. I think that Ashes would be fine without any of it. Because remember, you have a target audience, and the trick is who is your target audience? And if you don't know, right? If you don't know who is your target audience, then why are you trying to appeal to the whole market? Like, that's that same thing that I said about Steven using the phrase theme box. Theme box is good. But then Steven jumps between theme box and sand park. Well, hold on a second. Why are you trying to be the definitive game for 2 different terms? And then this goes back to the whole, what's your marketing strategy? What's your public relations strategy? What's your advertising strategy? What do you want to be known for? And everybody needs to be on the same page. I will not call Ashes of Creation a sand park. I will not call Ashes of Creation a sand park. If that stops me from being in the official content creator program, fine. But I will not use a phrase. I will not use a phrase that I don't think applies. If I compare EVE Online to Ashes of Creation, EVE Online is a sand park. If I compare EVE Online to Minecraft, Minecraft is a sandbox. EVE Online is a sand park because if you try to, yes, there is absolutely positively a difference between sand park and theme box. And if we do this real quick, we've done this in the past, but we'll do this real quick, right? Your spectrum of games: theme park, theme box, sand park, sandbox. If you do this, this is Minecraft is the far right, and Final Fantasy 14 is the far left. EVE Online doesn't go under Sandbox because comparing EVE Online to Minecraft, okay, you can do a hell of a lot more things when you want to do those things in Minecraft. EVE Online, you can't go to a system directly unless you have a Sino, but that's a limitation. So you're starting to move back this way. You can't blow anything you want up. You can't do anything you want. There's rules, there's systems, there's mechanics, there's repercussions, and there's literally the no, you can't do that. You reach the edge of the known universe in EVE Online, and they had lore that says there's more systems that way. You just can't go to them. So I put EVE over here, right? EVE Online. Minecraft, then you got stuff like 7 Days, Ark, Rust, DayZ. Those are all between Sandpark and Sandbox. I mean, you can move these around a little bit. You got Final Fantasy 14. You put Ashes in the theme box, right? Then I put ArcAge here. I put Revelation Online here. I put BDO here because if we're going to create new terms, where do we put things? Ashes is as Steven said once, Ashes is a system of themes. You can't do anything you want whenever you want, but you can, I want to do PvP. Okay, I open up the PvP theme. What do I have in there? There's 8 meaningful themes. I take sieges out, or node sieges specifically. I take node sieges out. Well, you can't siege a node at 2 o'clock in the morning. Because you can't siege a node at 2 o'clock in the morning, I would argue that is not a sand park. I would say that fits solely in the realm of this is a theme box. You gave me a theme. You allow me to interact with that theme. But that theme has specific rules, very specific rules. Ashes of Creation has a prime time window. You want to siege, you can only siege between 3 o'clock and I can only siege. Okay. We live in a neighborhood where it takes a village to raise children, so I hear them playing outside. I have my window open, my drapes open and everything so I can see them, and stranger danger. If I see a stranger come up, I'm going out my door. Definitely don't use, and this is one of those, Steven needs to be sat down and told, hey, if you try to be both a theme box and a sand park, you're going to confuse people. One term. Which one do you want? I think Ashes should be a theme box. Steven coined the phrase, he should stick to it, but trying to call it a sand park, then again, that's going to give the impression of your company doesn't even know what your product is. You were just watching the Valentine's Day video, you were wondering why I didn't show up since you're one of their bigger content creators. Wasn't asked. I'm not surprised, given the fact that the community marketing lead is mad at me, doesn't like me. It's fine, it's great, it's all things considered, but I've always said that if you're going to try to bullshit somebody, you can dazzle them with brilliance, or you can baffle them with bullshit. You can't do, you can't bullshit, like, when you fuck up, right? Yeah, it's canceled Jahlon for being mean on the internet. When you fuck up, like, you say you fucked up. Want to play Stump a Chump with the fucking tax code? Fine, but are we having tax session right now? Doesn't really matter if I'm off by $400. The point is, it's a difference of $400 versus $3,000. But yeah, I didn't say I wasn't wrong. Yeah, I fucked it up. I thought it was 600. It's 500. I think my state might be 600. End of the day, I'll get into the details if we're doing tax code day. When the community marketing lead tells me that the reason a typo went out is that they pre-planned their social media 6 months in advance, and I'm like, so you pre-planned a social media post on January 27th for a decision that hadn't been made 6 months ago. The decision to go to Unreal Engine 5 hadn't even been made 6 months ago, yet you were already planning social media posts? Why don't you just say you fucked up? Like, here, ready? Here's another book. Since I'm all about the professional development books, here's another book, Extreme Ownership of it. Ready? When a great example of this, yeah, you have 6 months to proofread and you still got that shit wrong. See, that's the point I didn't take it to, right? That's the point I didn't take it to. So you pre-plan your shit out 6 months in advance and you still got it wrong? Why didn't you just say, shit, we didn't realize that, we'll get it taken down? But it's like, when you try to play the argue from expert level and you're arguing against a peer who has as much, if not more, experience than you with marketing campaigns, and then you want to, it's like, never double down on stupid. Never, ever, ever double down on stupid. Double down if you are right, because you've checked, rechecked, and then done it all again. But at the end of the day, you don't, like, if you're not right, then don't say anything. And it's been this way since the first day Margaret arrived. Margaret, I don't know why Margaret has the need to be like, I can't accept responsibility for my fuck-ups. But is that going to cost me in the long run? Yeah, probably. I don't get invited to the little Valentine's video. I might not get invited to the content creator program. I won't lose any sleep over it, because I've been working for Steven longer than Margaret. I have a list of things that Steven wanted out of the content creators, so I know I'm doing what Steven wanted. I'm all for having a sit-down conversation with Margaret to be like, this is what my problem is, but where I took it personal was last year when she came on my show and she picked a fight with me on my show after I asked her not to. And then ever since then, I get what I'm going to call really like snotty little, like I get snotty little answers sometimes. That's fine. You don't owe me shit. I'm a fucking nobody. I got 43 viewers right now. Right now, my channel is classified as a failure because I'm not meeting the 1% mark. And I'm okay with that. I'm good with that. Let's see. Yeah, it's all right, homie. I need a lore breakdown about when she came into the stream. She came into the stream because I was talking about how Intrepid Studios was selling cosmetics that they didn't even know what they were for. And she said, well, we do know what they're for. We just can't tell you. We just can't tell you what they're for. So, to be fair, you got one of the longer running Ashes related streams going. Of course, coverage can get a little stale. Yeah, and the other day, like a couple of weeks ago, we did World of Warships. Like last week, I think, or the week before last, I did 7 hours of Dying Light 2. I'm not a very good variety streamer. If there was something that I could sink my teeth into, I would do that. But I like if Fractured was in active testing, I would be covering Fractured. But Fractured's not in active testing at the moment. So, anyway, I hate Reddit. I don't know why. I'm a glutton for punishment. I don't know why I keep going back to Reddit. Okay, a problem with Ashes of Creation is that the game is very anti-server merge at its core. True. If my server's population dies down, but I've invested in it, if the server gets merged, I lose a ton of progress. True. All the hard work my guild put into a particular node goes to waste. False. Your nodes are not owned by guilds, but we can go forward. The local economy gets completely changed. We lose basically all of our progress in a game that's centered around node progression and maintenance. No. This is actually incorrect. The game is not centered around a particular node's progression and maintenance. The game is centered around a region's progression and maintenance, but so far, the person isn't so far off that they're in La La Land. I was thinking today of how to prevent server merges from occurring, assuming that server populations are bound to dwindle by a certain percentage. Although admittedly, if the game is as amazing as I think it will be, player retention will be higher than a certain more recent MMO that is plagued with server merges. Okay, so again, Ashes of Creation should not be compared to New World, and New World should not be compared to Ashes of Creation. Two different games, two different models, two different styles, so far apart that the only thing they share in common is that they are MMOs. The plan I've heard Intrepid is planning to do is have long queue times at launch. Not at the point of Classic WoW, but still long. No, that is not the plan. With the purpose, of course, being that they're not launching servers to accommodate long queue times, only to have half the player base leave after a month of playing. I was thinking that during these queue times, we could be in a separate server dedicated to Sanctus, and once we step through the Divine Gates to Vera, we get a queue reservation in your server, but can still play the game on Sanctus. Okay, this is possible. This is absolutely possible, so I'm glad to see somebody thinking outside the box. We've talked about this in the past. So good idea coming back at you. Some suggestions of how this works. You get an idea of the crafting system in Ashes while in Sanctus and are able to gather tier 1 materials to take with you to Vera. So you get an idea of the crafting system, sure. Gathering tier 1 materials, no. Absolutely not. One of the core pillars of Ashes of Creation is the scarcity of resources. You get to do some kind of rewarding activity while you wait for your main to reach Vera. Heck, maybe even you get to level 5 on Sanctus. Again, no, because XP earned at these locations feed into the level 1 nodes. Now, Sanctus can even be a mega server like what Guild Wars 2 does. My point basically being, if Intrepid can stretch out gameplay on Sanctus long enough and have players that stick with the game for 5 hours before getting on Vera, they might be ensuring a healthy server population down the line. Okay, let me get a couple of major points here. If you're sitting in a 5-hour queue every day, you're not going to play the game, right? You're not going to stick with the game. Just talk to people who have sat in queue every day that week, and what they do is they give up on it. Now, so everybody knows what Intrepid's plan is, right? Intrepid's plan is this. 10,000 concurrent population. 15,000 players, 15,000, players assigned to a server at launch. Okay, this will grow to 50,000. This is subject to change. With that said, pre-registration for guilds so they can balance that 15,000, so you won't be left out. You'll already have a slot. So even if you're not there on launch day, you already are assigned to that server. So, for example, what would happen is the example would Steven opens up the Red Sandal server at pre-reg, and Paradox goes there, right? Paradox pre-regs on Red Sandal, and then you sign up for Paradox. You have a character there. They put a null character on your account, like Star Wars The Old Republic did. So you already, like, when they lock the server, your account already has a null character there. The other thing that they can do is, if we follow this through, not assigned to any server, but I do Paradox here. You sign up with Paradox. When they assign us to whatever server they assign us to, you're with us. This is a really good idea because this allows you to fill up a server and maybe tweak that 15,000 cap a little bit. But as we said, gamers make it really difficult to figure out how many servers you need. Like I said, Lost Ark sold 1.5 million 1.5 million founders packs, and only 500 and I believe 83,000 people played on early access days. So how is Amazon supposed to know how many servers to open up when 2/3 of the people that bought a Founders Pack didn't show up? I don't know how to solve an MMO launch day. Steven set around 10,000 player servers, maybe 5 to 8 servers per region. Don't know the right spread to make everyone happy. Well, first of all, Barrington, what you just did there is you just wild-ass guessed it. You just threw a wild-ass guess at the wall. Why 5 to 8 servers per region? Ashes of Creation is a sub-based game. The way you do it is you get people to pre-register. In order to pre-register, you must have 1 month of subtime purchased. What you do closer to launch is you sell a $19.99 Founders Pack that gives you 1 month of playtime, the ability to register with your guild, and a $5 cosmetic. Boom. Now you get people to pay because what they get out of it is the ability to pre-register with their guild. $5 more than the normal monthly sub. You throw a cosmetic at them, you increase your profit margin. Mortal Online 2 had to open alt servers recently. Game was supposed to be a mega server, but queue times were way too long. So the problem is mega servers sound great. Until, like, look at EVE Online. EVE Online can house at least 68,000 players. EVE Online can have at least 68,000 people, but they're a mega cluster. There's tens of thousands of servers involved in EVE, probably not tens of thousands, but there's thousands of servers involved with EVE Online. But people need to remember, server isn't the appropriate word there. Realm is, or world there, because one realm is made up of more than one server. Need more Jahlon classroom streams, how to lead a guild, public speaking in a Q&A format on stream would be fun to wait. Yeah, I've thought about doing some of that. I have thought about doing some of that. But, so here's the problem here. Ready? Don't know how difficult this kind of feature would be to develop, but I definitely like to have something like this. Not sure about farming leveling there, but maybe a practical way to learn the basic mechanics while you wait to get into the game. This way people can enter the game with knowledge of most important features and start the game running instead of moving at a snail's pace. Mortal Online seemed to do it pretty easily, although in Haven you can level all your skills to a degree I'd never want to see in Ashes. You know the number better than me. What's your best guess for first week players? It's too soon to... It's absolutely positively too soon to even take a guess. You can't take a guess at what the first week players for Ashes of Creation are going to be, because Ashes of Creation, they haven't really actually started doing any marketing yet. So... sounds like the same problem Steven had in Alpha 1. X number of testers signed up, XY testers signed in. There were some technical issues in Alpha 1 too, which I suppose is par for the course. Yeah, the problem though is there were supposedly 15,000 Alpha 1 testers and they never even got anywhere near that number of people. That's what causes problems for developers. 15,000 people have asked for the right to alpha test your game, and only 4,000 show up. And before anyone says anything, I'm fairly certain the launch problems Mortal Online 2 has had have nothing to do with the Haven instance. Their main problem is is vastly overestimating how many people their main server can handle. So this is one problem. And this is a problem where I have zero sympathy for Mortal Online 2. Mortal Online 2 had beta events where people tried multiple times to get on the server and they couldn't. But the problem is... isn't Mortal Online 2 a box price, right? Yeah, Mortal Online 2 has a box price and a sub. So they should have known how many people were showing up in the first week. Intrepid already uses Amazon Web Services. Really cool that you're still doing Ashes of Creation streams. Most dropped off after alpha testing, but you are nothing if not consistent. I appreciate that. I had a 10-week break back in the fall because something came up in my personal life. I'm hoping that something gets resolved here really quickly. But then I got other big news. I got like really, really big news, but I can't share it with you guys because my daughter told me I can't. So I've got lots and bits and pieces going on. This is a great idea. I'm not sure I completely agree with your implementation of it, but some kind of gameplay would be awesome. An idea I'll throw on the table would let us play tavern games, board dice games against other players. Yeah, this would be a great idea. Let people sit on a loading construct and play in tavern games. Really cool idea. It would be nice if they implemented a version of this. I hate queue times, and this would be a welcome change. I actually like the idea of having content while you wait in queue. Sounds awesome. Okay, for a different game, this is me. For a different game, this would be an awesome idea. However, some of the features you mentioned don't work with Ashes. Scarcity of resources is one of the themes of Ashes. So gathering of T1 resources to bring with you would have to be cut. The leveling up on Sanctus would also have to be cut, since XP earned on Vera goes to the development of nodes. Not having that immediate amount of XP from thousands of characters would artificially shape some areas. The other problem you have here is that you create a lot of work to solve the queue issue, an issue that won't necessarily exist a week into the game. Ding, ding, ding. I think Intrepid's plan of pre-registration for guilds will help them cut down on a lot of queues. If they know a server is already at more than 10,000 pre-registered, that server can be locked on launch day. Anyone pre-registered can go there, but there's no need to have massive queues. Also, since Intrepid plans to cap players at 15,000 per server and have 10,000 concurrent, that should help it well. Okay. I don't see the issue with materials and XP-wise. Limit the type of resources you can get so you only have access to the most basic ones and can't use them for high-end crafting. Except the basic materials are used in high-end crafting. This is a design pillar of Ashes. So, remember, low-level items are used in higher-level goods. All right? Now, as for the XP, just have it like the head start. It won't affect the nodes, and you'll still want to contribute to those once you get to Vera, and nothing is stopping you from completing those quests anyway for progress. Did you miss the point where thousands of players will be in queue on your mega server, and all of that, all of that stuff will be gone. Yeah, I didn't cover everything. But when people say limit the type of resources you can get so you only have access to the most basic ones, why do we want to fuck the crafting system over? Why do we want to fuck over the crafting, the gathering, processing, crafting part of it just so people can sit and like, you're making a comment, you're like, I don't see an issue with the material, limit the type of resources. So then should somebody be allowed to just go to Sanctus, fill up their entire bag with resources? Hold on. What you need? Okay. Should you have a limit? Your bag limit? Now imagine your bag limit is 100, right? And imagine people getting, like, you gotta think things through, right? What if people get 100 crafting points and throw that stuff out of their bag to get another 100 gathering points? What if you get people that are getting to Sanctus with like level 9 or level 10 gathering because they have access to a world? Because remember, if you're going to do this mega server piece, the respawn rate's going to be higher than the Vera respawn. Otherwise, it's just another one of those, well, I came here, I wanted to do some gathering and I couldn't do it. I wanted to do some this, I couldn't do it. As someone else has said, I don't see the problem with the most basic resources being available in Sanctus or have very early and little XP not going to a node. Okay, right? You don't see it, but you don't counter it. That's my problem with Reddit. Okay? Perhaps if when the stuff is taken from the portal, it's stripped from them in return for a nominal amount of coin or an upgraded early weapon. Great, so now you have a way for bots to, now you're gonna have people wanting to get there so that they can just generate coin. The problem is, Ashes of Creation is doing a really, really good job of having a closed economy and a scarcity of goods economy. And what you want to do is, you want to say, oh, fuck all your good plans. I don't want to be stuck in a queue. I don't see why some of the lore can't be exclusively in Sanctus. People can only spend more time in the tutorial area on an alt if there's discoverable lore. Hold on a second. This is where you take a good idea, and in order to justify your good idea, you're going from bad to worse. So now I gotta get to Sanctus. I gotta get stuck in a queue so I can get this lore. I'm gonna tell you why that idea sucks. Because the first time I get stuck there, I'm gonna have my OBS on record mode, and welcome to a YouTube video. Resources being limited is the core design of the game. If there's a free way to get a ton of resources, it will bring in balance to the crafting process. Basic resources are required in the high-level crafting, so in the long run, you're not only influencing the start of the game. Thank you for being smart. As for XP, let's say the queues will be 5 hours. In those 5 hours, the closest to spawn nodes will level up and get higher level mobs. In a normal queue situation, newcomers would have to spread out because there'd either be no low-level mobs or they'd be more limited. But if those newcomers are already above level 1, they might just stay there and farm high-level mobs, which would influence the spread of players across the world. Absolutely. Absolutely. This person gets it. This person gets it. Even some resources on the scale of several thousand players in a queue equals to a ton. Exactly. The problem is when you design it on the micro level and you don't think about it at the macro level. You're like, oh, each player would only get a little bit. Could you imagine a guild running people through Sanctus with full backpacks? Like this takes me back to Arcage, where we had one guy at launch. We were a guild full of archers. We had one guy at launch who his only job was to process every single log into lumber. What he did was he got fed labor pots by the guild, and I got fed labor pots by the guild. So everybody would open up their farm to guild. I would run around, I would chop down all the logs, I would make a little note. It would be like whoever, it'd be like Bob, 297 logs, so we're just gonna give him 100 lumber, right? And then it would be like Charlie, like 303 logs, we're also gonna give him 100 lumber, and we just kind of leveled it out. I would hand over thousands of logs to our carpenter and labor pots. I would know how many pieces of lumber the carpenter owed me. The carpenter would refine it all, hand me back the logs, I would distribute back out the lumber to everybody, and like 6 hours later, we would do it all again. He had 40,000 carpentry on like the second day. Well, that's how a smart guild mass levels up a crafter. Now imagine the people that say, I want to have something to do while I'm stuck in queue. I don't have a problem with tavern games. I don't have a problem with the tutorial. Like, I think that you should be able to play through the tutorial, right? You should be able to play through the tutorial on Sanctus. That way, when you get to the actual game, you haven't sat in queue for 5 hours, and now you have to sit through 45 minutes of tutorial. But this brings me to an even bigger question. I don't care about launch week. I care about the 50,000 to 10,000 ratio that Intrepid eventually wants to grow into. Like, for example, I was playing Final Fantasy just before the stream. I played Final Fantasy until about 3:20 my time. And then I got off Final Fantasy, wanted to talk to my wife and my kid when they got home, and then jump into the stream. I don't think 3:20 in the afternoon counts as prime time, or it would be... No, I didn't say the tutorial should be client-side. The tutorial could be something you load into a world. You load into a world like a Mega Sanctus, do the tutorial, and then get your ass back into... get your ass back into the queue. That's 4:20 Eastern, but I don't care if it's 4:20 Eastern because I'm working on the assumption that Intrepid's going to have Central Time Zone servers. Remember, if Intrepid has Central Time Zone servers, East Coast servers, and West Coast servers, prime time is going to apply for that zone or for that time zone. So I don't think 3:20 in the afternoon should be prime time, because and this is really weird when you start talking about prime time, right? You start talking about prime time. When do you start it? Like, when is a good time in the afternoon to start prime time for the time zone? So would they have Central? I'd assume he's already said. I mean, here's the thing. He's already mentioned Central in the past, and yeah, they should have Central. You have a fuck ton of people that live in the Central time zone. Also putting, and I know that the East Coast and the West Coast people don't want to hear this. I think all the servers should be on the Central time zone. I think they all should be on the Central time zone for this reason. East Coast people do their personal stuff and then their guild content. West Coast people do their guild content, then their personal stuff. I think if you do it that way, you bring everybody together to one time zone and you don't have to fragment as many guilds. Like reserve advancing, ghost tokens in a queue. No, just do it like Final Fantasy. Like you're sitting on a world and you're in queue for a duty. It's the same thing. You drop people onto a holding server. Several servers in the cluster in the data group all share one holding area, and then when it comes time, it pops a box and says, "Would you like to move to Vera?" But when do you put prime time? Like 3, 6, 9, and midnight. I didn't do military time. So who's your target audience now? Because for me, I'd love for prime time to start at 3 o'clock. I'd love that. I'd love that. But I don't have to go to a job and I don't have to come home from a job. Some people have said that prime time should start at 5. Well, immediately when you say 5, right? Immediately when you say 5, there's immediately people who say, I don't get off work until 6. Okay? Well, where do you aim? Like, obviously, I think anything before 3, I don't think anything before 3 should count towards the prime time. How long does prime time last? Well, it's the prime time window. So where do you put it? Do you allow Guild Wars to start at 3? Do you allow the objective part of Guild Wars to start at 3? And then do you make it so that sieges have to start at 6, 7, 8, or 9? If a siege starts at 9, though, remember, that's going to go till 11, and then the after effect is going to go to 0, 100. So when does school get out? Well, you know, prime time used to include post-school times. The problem is prime time in Ashes isn't the same as prime time in these other previous games. Because in these other previous games, you weren't talking about objective-based combat where you lose castles or you lose nodes or you lose everything you've ever acquired. So this is the first question Intrepid needs to answer. When is your prime time? Number 2, can you have 50,000 people assigned to a server that has a prime time and not have queues all the time? And I don't think you can. I don't think you can. I think Intrepid is going to have to realize that 5 to 1 is a pretty standard ratio, so that everybody knows that. When you're like, what the hell is Intrepid thinking putting 50,000 people, a 5 to 1 total to concurrent is pretty standard. I don't think it works for Intrepid. I don't think it works for Ashes of Creation. 5 to 9, maybe 10 on weekends. What, a 4-hour primetime window? What the hell are you talking about? 4 hours of primetime? 9 o'clock, 9, hell no. 9 o'clock on a, no, it's not gonna work. Because that means if prime time ends at 9, it means sieges can only start at 5, 6, or 7. Prime time should be time people aren't sleeping. Which people? Which people? That's the trick. Which people are your target? Which people? Majority of people bullshit. 12 to 12, get fucked. 12 to 12 is never gonna work for prime time. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm gonna get my node sieged at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The fuck's wrong with you? That doesn't work. Working people who pay subs, kids are in school. 1 o'clock, the absolute earliest you could even remotely start prime time is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And that's the absolute earliest. And that you wouldn't even allow sieges to be there. There are too many activities. I'm gonna slap you because you probably don't even know which activities are on the primetime clock. But to clean this up, 12, 3, 6, 9. What about something like 6 to 12? I think 6 is too late. I think 6 is too late to start. But again, I can stay up till midnight. Remember though, whatever time your prime time window ends, sieges have to go 4 hours before that. So if you said midnight was the end, then 8 o'clock would be the last time a siege could start. Because remember, a siege is 2 hours, takes you to 10, but then you have that 2 hour window of the freehold vulnerability. So, would siege times be a subset of any prime times? Yes, siege times would only ever happen in prime time. So, remember, dungeons don't have anything to do with prime time. You can run dungeons anytime you want. I don't want to wait till 12 for a weekday siege. I work at 4 a.m. Well, now you're starting to see the problem. If you work at 4 a.m., you might not be the target audience, which is one thing nobody wants to hear. See, I always disclose that I have a bias. I absolutely always disclose I have a bias. I don't care if sieges go till 2 in the morning. See, I don't care if you can start a siege at 10 o'clock at night and have that siege go till 12, and then 01 to 02 is defend my freehold if the node fails. I would love to siege your node at 10 o'clock at night because I know a bunch of your people are going to have to leave to go to bed because they get up at 4 a.m. I would also love for you to siege my node at 10 o'clock at night, have the siege end at midnight, because I know the chances of you actually attacking my freehold are limited, because my guild is like the 401k club. Most of my guild is either retired or they work off hours. Frost would be like, fuck, I'm fucked because Frost works nights. But, you know, a lot of my guild would be like, yeah, whatever. I fucking just move my tea time. I'll just not go to the gym tomorrow. But this is the first problem they have to solve. What is prime time actually going to be? Then the second problem they have to solve is, are they sure they can do 50,000 players to a 10,000 concurrent ratio on that server? Yeah, hold my beer. I gotta let my wife know I'm gonna be up late. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. So now the problem. Do you need to figure out combat before you figure out prime times? You know what? You do, and here's why. You do need to figure that out. Because you need to figure out combat to figure out sieges, and you need to know sieges before you can figure out prime time. And I'd love to siege at 1 p.m. while everyone's making lunch. I don't know what's the fairest window for prime time activities. You know, you're absolutely right. If you think of the average person working from 9 to 5, then something like 5 or 6 to 11 works, as it gives sleep hours of 12 to 8. I don't know which economy you think works 9 to 5 now, but 9 to 5 hasn't been the standard for pretty much my entire life. I know nobody that works in corporate that starts at 9. I've never known anybody that works in corporate who starts at 9. Ever. My work hours were 7:30. I was at work at 7:30 in the morning. That's the latest I ever started at corporate. It was 7:30. And everybody was there. The only person that wasn't there was the owner of the company, who dropped off their kids at 7:50, about 12 blocks away from the building, but was reachable by phone. The nice part about that was, you know, I was home by 4. I was on my phone for 2 hours. I had to be available for 2 hours, but, you know, I don't think we live in a world where prime times work anymore. It's not like, because remember, for those of you that are young that don't know this, the world used to shut down, and I mean that very seriously. The world used to shut down. 10 o'clock at night, the gas stations, you couldn't get gas. You couldn't get like McDonald's closed at 10. Like everything, the mall was closed at 9. The only thing that was open, and I'm not trying to be funny, the only thing that was open was if there was a movie theater nearby. The fast food places by the movie theater were open only because they knew that they would get residual traffic of the people leaving the movie theater. But like in the 90s, shit closed. 24-hour McDonald's. If you needed to hit the 24-hour McDonald's, you needed to drive close to the expressway. And this is Chicago. This isn't like out in the boondocks nowhere. This is literally in the suburbs of Chicago in the 90s. Shit closed. Now, as we got into the later 90s, the early 2000s, the global economy started, and then everything started it became, well, how much money can I make from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock? How much money can I make from 11 o'clock to midnight? You know, and places started figuring out that the guy that's on his way to work, working the midnight shift, might want to get a burger for breakfast. So yeah, you need to get up there. This prime time thing you can't steal the stuffed animal. It's too big. I got a stuffed animal from my daughter for Valentine's Day, and he's trying to steal it. Yeah, the bars were open, but grumpy old man, you'll back me up on this. The bars were open, but after you got out of the bar, there was only one place to go get food, and that was White Castle. White Castle's claim to fame was being open 24 hours a day. Most of the time at White Castle, you were bored off your ass until the bars closed. Like 10 o'clock at night, everybody went away. 2 o'clock in the morning when the bars let out, you were gonna have a rush. And then about 3 o'clock, 3:30, you were doing breakfast prep. But that's the thing Intrepid needs to nail down. What's their prime time window going to be? And then, is their 50,000 to 10,000 or their 5-to-1 ratio going to work? And I don't think it is. I think trying to put 50,000. What's up, Shabuzi? Oh, you've been playing a little Lost Ark? Don't worry about missing streams, man. You go and have fun with Lost Ark. I'm not playing Lost Ark, but people are having fun with it. Until Intrepid can figure out that primetime window, I don't think that they can nail down really anything. Because what if they change? And then somebody joked and they said, "Do you have to have combat nailed down?" You do, because you have to have combat figured out to know how the sieges are going to work. What if they end up doing something with the length of castle sieges? What if they end up doing something with the length of the length of node sieges? So remember, we talked about capturable objectives. What if capturing certain objectives puts more time on the clock? Could you imagine being pissed off because could you imagine being angry because you thought the siege was about to end and some instanced event put 30 more minutes on the clock, and you're like, Do I go to sleep or do I defend my node? Hi. You're a very dapper and majestic fellow. Can they get a hello? Can they get one hello? Can they get a hello? No, don't sniff it. Meow into it. Meow into it. Come on. Hello? Hello? He's a brat. This is Sora. He has... Oh, the shiny thing? You looking for the shiny thing? He's got his own emote. By the way, for those of you that weren't here on Friday, I want to let you guys know that all the followers of the channel, you now have access to 5 emotes. That was a cool thing Twitch did. They allowed followers. They allowed streamers to put up 5 emotes for their followers. I thought that was a really cool idea. I thought that was a really, really slick and smart idea. Okay, go. Go! So, your cops would sit across the street from the Taco Bell. I don't remember our Taco Bell being 24 hours a day. So. But no, I think it's a fair concern, though. It's absolutely a fair concern where, people, where people want to know what are you doing to mitigate, what are you doing to mitigate merges? The other thing people have to remember is you don't necessarily need 10,000. You don't need 10,000 people on a server. You can have 10,000 people on a server, but you might only need, say, 6,600 on a server for that server to function. So what happens there is, and I would hope that Intrepid designs their system to not need 10,000 players per server. That would be a that would be a lot. How soon after launch do you expect sieges to start occurring? Which type of sieges? Castles or node? Because I imagine not sure about the 15k servers. 15,000. What do you mean 15k servers? Didn't say 15k servers. 15,000 per server. 15,000 players per server. Since usually the population always dips after launch. Not necessarily. Again, you have to be careful with that statement. You can't lump every MMO into the same grouping. Not every MMO, not every population dips after launch. Some, and you need to tell me which range you're talking about. There are games, because ready, I'll shatter your entire argument with World of Warcraft. I could dip and then start coming back up. You're right. Or it could be like World of Warcraft, which had a pretty steady, solid growth curve and a fucking population explosion. Final Fantasy follows that same curve. Final Fantasy hit its highest numbers 8 years into go time. The problem is putting 15,000 people on a server gets you your 10,000 concurrent, because people will fall off. WoW has some servers that are just barely alive. That's a bullshit statement, because WoW is a theme park. So as long as you have enough people on the server to run the content, the server's alive. WoW does not need population. If there is a group of 40 who can run the content, that's all you need. Again, that is why you need to know what style of game it is, what type of game it is. WoW also doesn't struggle from server merges. If WoW wanted to merge servers, they could, because there is no, I lost all of my hard work because you merged my server. Final Fantasy can do server merges because Final Fantasy can't do server merges because of free company housing. So, this is the interview that I saw. I don't give a shit. If you post a YouTube video during my show, there's nothing I can do with it, because I can't watch a YouTube video during my show. But I'm also going to say this. Ready? If you're posting YouTube links and you've just said this is the video I saw and it could be fake, that is why in the MMORPG specifically, but in the video game view, you should not be sharing a link until you have vetted the data. You should not be sharing anything until you have vetted it. Because if I watch that and it's complete bullshit, I'm gonna blame you. Every interview could be fake. What? A player... Okay, ready? Dark Paladin, you're about on my last fucking nerve with this bullshit in the way you conduct yourself. Who did the interview? Asmongold. So no, the interview is probably not fake if Asmongold did the interview, right? Is it an interview or is it a news piece? Who's the interview? Asmongold interviews the player that won't quit WoW. Okay, it's not even an interview with a developer. So who the fuck cares? Don't share shit unless you are going to put your name behind it and say, I watched this, this is convincing, I watched this, I vetted it, I watched this, I'm sure that there isn't any low-hanging fruit. But if you're going to post some shit and be like, there's some servers that are just barely alive, hold on. Watch WoW server population. Which server is barely alive? Gallowix, 35 guilds. Here, we'll do this. Here are the servers that are... Yeah, there's a bunch of servers that are barely alive. But at the end of the day, what does it matter? They could merge those servers. Nothing stops a WoW server from being merged. There's nothing there. There are no WoW servers that are barely alive. I wouldn't qualify a server as barely alive unless it's got under 1,000 auctions listed. Aside from the fact there aren't any of those, let's point out that there are no servers that exist in a vacuum. They're all linked with a dozen other servers. Yeah, so, I mean, when you talk about a server that's barely alive, you're talking about like Arcage just before their evolutions. They don't have enough players to sustain the content. But World of Warcraft doesn't need players to sustain the content. World of Warcraft just needs enough players running the content, but WoW also falls into the we can merge servers. So Final Fantasy XIV could merge servers if they could figure out the housing issue. If you took away people's housing in Final Fantasy, they'd quit the game. They would straight be like, peace, I'm out. I'm not playing your game anymore. But the Ashes servers are going to be much more diverse in terrain, meta, economy, and progression. And WoW, it's a much more copy-paste of each other. Yeah, exactly. Because each instance of Azeroth is a clone of every other instance of Azeroth. Each instance of Vera is a living, breathing world. No two Ashes servers will ever be 100% exactly the same. Even if the node layout happened to be exactly identical. The buildings in each of those nodes, the constructibles in each of those nodes would be different. So yeah, you can't, like, Intrepid needs to have a sustainment plan. Part of that is what's server prime time. Part of that is what's the critical mass number. And they won't share that with us because if you knew the critical mass number, then you could do a lot of manipulation. The critical mass number is at what point can the world manager no longer be tweaked and tuned? The statement that servers, I don't believe it is accurate to say games dip after launch, unless you're New World and your game didn't dip, your game jumped off of the ledge. Most games grow for a certain amount of time after launch, and then they start to fall off. But a lot of that has to do with the poor quality of the game. I don't think, and of course you've got triers. You've got people who are going to come in and you're going to try your game. You already know you're going to have that. No game plans on having 100% player retention. But like we talked about earlier in the show, as we talked about earlier in the show, Lost Ark has a number of players, but the piece of data that we don't get is, like, if we look at this number right now, Lost Ark if somebody were to jump to the conclusion, they would say Lost Ark has already fallen off by 300,000 players. Well, a Lost Ark could have already fallen off by 850,000 players. Lost Ark, of those 1.3 million playing, 850,000 of those could be, or I'm sorry, let me go to the right column. Of the 1 million playing right now, 600,000 of those could be brand new today. 900,000 of those could be brand new today. Maybe only 10,000 of those are brand new today. Until you can get better data, you have no idea what's going on with the game. So to jump to conclusions or to make overarching statements about the health of a game is like bad play. You can do some hypotheticals. A big chunk of the 1 million are in queue. You don't know that. You don't know that. How do you know that? Those players could have in real life with significant others who are taking them out on dates. Exactly. Because today is Valentine's Day. You have to automatically factor in there's a bunch of players who aren't playing today. And then you got a bunch of lonely people that are playing today. So, I mean, there's so much with numbers that without better data, it's just, yeah. Did I play New World? I did. You went into blind and you found a lot of similar systems that weren't fleshed out as Steven described the ones in Ashes. Oh yeah, Barrington. There's a reason why around here we call New World Ashes Light. If you played New World from the first beta in December of either 17 or 18, I don't remember which December we first betaed in. I think it was 18. The game started off as a full loot open world PvP full loot drop fort building game, and then all of a sudden it was like Schmedley was leaning over the aisle and looking at Steven's homework and being like, oh, I'll copy that idea, I'll benchmark that idea, I'll make my game look like that. I mean, the on-running joke is you got factions though. Did you know that there weren't any factions in the earliest testing of the game? Because the earliest testing of the game was more like Atlas or 7 Days to Die, or Ark than it was what it looks like now. It was 7 Days to Die without the zombies, and it was Ark without the dinosaurs, and then they started adding in things. That's why so many things in New World don't make sense for the way New World looks now. Why is every tree harvestable? Well, every tree needs to be harvestable in a game where you're going to be building and repairing over and over and over again walls and palisades. When you drop all of your gear and you need to make new gear. Now, that's one of the things that Fractured figured out. There is a problem with full loot drop games now. Players don't want to play them. Players don't want to play full loot drop games anymore. Not on the scale that they wanted to 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. If you remember, think about all the full loot drop games that you played 20 years ago. And you played them because there wasn't a lot of choice, there wasn't a lot of variety. But also, you didn't need as many, like, you could, if there were 10 tiers of gear, you could go out and have fun in tier 5 gear. You didn't need to go out in You didn't need to go out and have a shit ton of, gear and resources. You could go out in tier 5 gear and have a good time. People have a different mentality now. People are all about meta. People are all about best in slot, or best this, or best that, or I gotta have this, I gotta have that. So I don't think that you're gonna convince people. I'm glad Fractured changed some of their ideas, and I'm interested to see how the next Fractured alpha plays out. Not the one we just had last weekend, because or the previous weekend, because that was a 3-day test to make sure their engine was working and their backend was working. But when you really have people jumping into the game and playing it through, I don't think people want to make gear for 16 hours to get killed and drop all their gear. Now, some people are going to say, well, if you can't handle it, don't play the game. I always remind people that is a really, really stupid thing to say, because if people can't handle it and they don't play the game, you don't have a game. How did that go? Can you talk about it? I did a video on it. It went really well. My overall review is over on YouTube, but I mean, it ran really well. Lots of good changes. They listened to a lot of, they listened to a lot of the feedback. They made changes to the skill book. They made changes to the bestiary. They made changes to the gear. So yeah, it went really well. I'm really excited to see the next real alpha test. There's full loot games like Rust and Minecraft, but for MMOs, like how it's implemented, I agree. Okay, so Minecraft is a full loot drop game. Ready? Is Minecraft really about the content, or is Minecraft about the building? I'm just asking, because you know, I'm pretty sure Minecraft's more about the building. Rust, yeah, like I said, Rust and DayZ, good games, but why aren't they more popular? They're not more popular because people don't want to have full loot drop. People don't want, like, why is EVE Online not more popular? EVE Online's not more popular because EVE Online is unforgiving. EVE Online started off as unforgiving, and so many people I know played EVE Online for like 6 or 7 weeks, got into a battleship, took their battleship out, lost their battleship, and they said, fuck this. Too much math. I disagree with that statement, but I do agree that EVE Online is more an economic spreadsheet simulator that you fly spaceships around to accomplish. I mean, there is a ton of math in EVE Online. It does kind of make the game unfun. There's also the fact that it sucks when you're out there in a battleship and you lose to a cruiser. A tier 1 battleship loses to a tier 1 cruiser because the person you're fighting has everything maxed and you're only at 3s and 4s. A lot of full loot drop MMOs have cringe marketing push about the features, and you notice a lack of passion in the other systems. Yeah, let's I can't put that up on the screen because this particular app doesn't like to work for the whole show. Barrington, what you're right about is full loot drop MMOs have the problem of part of the gameplay loop is reacquiring your gear. That part of the gameplay loop is you dying, and I don't think a good gameplay loop is made up of me doing the same thing over and over and over again because I lost my gear. Some people enjoy that. Some people enjoy it. I don't. And it was, you know, now I want to see continuous progression. Even if it's horizontal progression, I want to know, like, for example, today I played through part of the Endwalker storyline, and I went from where I was to where I am now. I feel a sense of accomplishment because I progressed my character. I progressed through the story. But if I had to go and, like, they give me a set of gear, right? I don't know if I would necessarily enjoy Final Fantasy if I got to a certain point and then I had to go gather and then go make my gear and then come back. Like, if they didn't hand me the gear to go through the storyline, I might not enjoy the game as much because I would feel, fuck, I don't want to engage in this crafting system. Now, a game like Ashes of Creation is going to have very similar system, as you level up, you're going to need new gear. The game's not just going to hand you new gear. But the trick to that is I don't have to make the gear. I can buy the gear. I can buy it from crafters. I can buy it from my guild. I can buy the resources I need to make my own gear. There are different avenues to getting to where I'm trying to get to. So, with that said, does anybody have any other Ashes stuff? Because if we don't have Ashes stuff, I feel we have finally hit that point that I was worried. Did I play Darkfall? I did play Darkfall. Didn't enjoy it. Did not enjoy it. We're going back years and years and years and years. Didn't like it in 2009. What the hell was I doing in 2009? I think I stopped playing everything except Atlantica Online. I was playing Atlantica Online, which was a turn-based game. Yeah, 2009. I played Darkfall. Didn't like it because I didn't have the time I needed to dedicate to it. Spring of 2009, I was getting ready to go to commissioning school, and then by the time I got back, I didn't feel like I could get into the game, and then I just didn't have the time to dedicate to it. I was looking for more a theme park experience where the days I had time to play, I could play. Also, at that time, I had a 4-year-old. I had just moved my family to Kansas, so yeah, I didn't. Darkfall just wasn't a good fit for me. Tamir was in school. So yeah, I remember playing Darkfall. I remember not getting into it, but it was it was not the right game for that point in my life. That's also why in the middle of 2009, I stopped playing WoW because I was getting ready to go to OTS. I knew that I was going to miss the Wrath of the Lich King 2 and 3. And I knew I didn't have time to be in a serious, raiding group, but yeah. So, but no, I think, guys, that we need to start talking about the future of the show, because I think we have reached that critical mass of there's not enough Ashes content to sustain us anymore. I don't think we can continue to operate the show on just Ashes. I did have a good time the other day playing Dying Light. On Wednesday, I'm going to be playing Sifu. So I'm going to play that. I don't have it installed, otherwise I would do that tonight. But I think we're just at the same point we were at last year, while we were struggling to get to Alpha 1. I just don't think there's enough content. I think you all know everything for the most part, unless we get like a new person in that has a bunch of questions. I don't think we're going to be able to limp along here, because the problem is we don't know how long it's going to be. So we are not sure. What building does my lighthouse skin go on? Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've talked about the skins thing about 900 times. Here we go. I love a question. Quick question. But say a node is at level 3 with 2 level 2 nodes nearby, but the level 3 de-levels to level 2 due to lack of proper maintaining. What happens to the nodes? Okay, so first of all, that can't happen. That can't happen. That could have happened in the past. Hello? Hello? Thank you. So, that could have happened in the past. So in the past, what you would have had is you would have a stage 3 node, and as long as there was a gap of some sort between these two, you could have a stage 3 with 2 level 2 children nodes. Now in the past, if this node failed to fill its XP bar, an atrophy happened, this node would de-level. The problem is, Intrepid figured something out. That there are way too many things that go into a node when it levels up that they have to undo. Oh, so now what happens is if this node atrophies, then this node becomes a 0. And then these two nodes would both be free to go to level 3, because obviously there had to be this node in between them. You can't have two 2s next to each other. As soon as a node levels up, it blocks all of its neighboring nodes. So in your case, if this node failed to be maintained, it would go to a 0. These two nodes would be free to go to level 3. Now, it is possible for there to be an exception to the rule. It is possible through a series of specific circumstances that there are two level 3 nodes next to each other. Steven has said the way the algorithm works, there could be a perfect storm. But it's probably not very likely. It's probably not very likely that would be the outcome. So, yeah, didn't know it de-leveled till now. Yeah, that's a change. So you might find some postings out there in the world where it says a node can de-level. That is old. Steven has updated us. Steven has updated us that would be the change. So, if you'll excuse me for one moment, I'm gonna... We always have tacos. We've got some Taco Tuesday going on, but it's Monday. I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what was going on that map. All I know is that we finished another map. So, boss defeated. Constantly at it. All right. What else, guys? What questions you got about Ashes of Creation, or are we done? Are we at the point where I need to start considering only doing 2-hour shows for Ashes and then spend the other time doing something else? Because I'm really starting to think that 4-hour Ashes shows. What about a Final Fantasy Tactics playthrough? I would love to do a Final Fantasy Tactics playthrough. I would love that. Final Fantasy Tactics isn't on anything that I can get a hold of. Final Fantasy Tactics is the only Square Enix game they didn't put on Steam. And I can't find Final Fantasy Tactics on the PlayStation Store. I've looked. It's supposedly there. I can't find it. I have a PlayStation 4. I would absolutely love to play Final Fantasy Tactics. I lost the cord from my PlayStation 2. So I can't play it. I would love to. It makes me sad. I have no idea why they never put it on Steam. Am I interested in Switch's triangular strategy? I don't even know what Switch's triangular strategy is. Till more content comes for Ashes, I would say that's fair. Granted, I didn't come to Twitch much. Love sport regardless. Yeah, you know what the problem is? I didn't want to jump on the Lost Ark bandwagon. I felt that jumping on the Lost Ark bandwagon would be disingenuous. A lot of streamers play whatever's popular in order to get the residuals from it. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy. I want to play the games that I enjoy. I mean, Wednesday, I'm going to play Sifu because I have the key for it. I could jump into Dying Light, but didn't plan on playing Dying Light tonight. Other problem is today's Valentine's Day. So a lot of people probably out with their honey bunnies or their significant others, which is where they should be. People should be out with their friends, their loved ones. It's a good time. Intel Gaming Access sent me an email to 2,500 playing the game. I think they want content creator types. You know, I saw that. You could win $2,500 by playing the game. We're looking for the best in hardcore parkour kills. Proudly show us what you got. Content creators will have their footage shared and voted on. I'm going to see if I can come up with some hardcore parkour kills. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool winning 2,500. But it's not like I have stellar kills in that game. I'm not Billy Badass when it comes to Dying Light. Yeah, have you played Dying Light? I played Dying Light 1 a little bit. I never finished it. The thing I like about Dying Light 2 is you can jump into Dying Light 2 and it's a standalone game. Need a J guild leading guide. The problem is I need a game. I need a game in order to show people how to be a guild leader, because guild leadership is leadership. But situational leadership, like what you can offer your guild and how you align out your guild is going to be different from game to game. Do they explain the virus again? Yes. Through context, they do. You know, I'm always I'm sick of the fucking people that constantly. These are the comments that happen to Intrepid all the time. This is fresh off of their Discord. Like, do we know when they're going to show anything regarding actual systems that isn't to do with art or characters, such as combat or any of the other gameplay systems? Surely it shouldn't take 5 years to get even one of these many systems done. I know they're working on doing the combat over again, but how long before they show something meaningful? So this is why video game developers don't want to do transparent development. Because the average player doesn't understand that the amount of time is not a linear process, and the amount of time isn't tied directly one for one to the results. I use the house building I use the house building example because it's close. It's not like a 1-for-1. But once you get combat resolved, then you can kind of open up the floodgates on a lot of other things. But like I've said, you can't be doing siege design and war design and all these other designs until you have the combat knocked out. But these are the people that come to the Discord. Surely it shouldn't take 5 years to even get one of these many systems done. Well, why would you say that? Because the average MMORPG development time is 5 to 8 years. And the games that come out in 5 years are usually... the games that come out in 5 years are usually the ones that aren't necessarily robust with a lot of systems. I don't think people realize just how complex an MMORPG is. Now, with that said, is Intrepid doing itself any marketing favors by the way that they market their game? No, they're not. However, when Intrepid gets that first domino to fall, then a lot of things, a lot of things are going to happen, right? A lot of things are going to happen. Shabuzi, I just want to let you know that my parents are finally in their new home and have power and heat since I mentioned their situation a week ago. Nice. They have power and heat. I hope they have plumbing. Because to get an occupancy permit, they should have had power, heat, because it's the winter. Power, heat, water, and sewer. People always forget sewer. Usually sewer is rolled up in water, but you're always going to make sure. Man, that sucks though. Especially like when you're on a timeline. You're on a timeline and somebody else's fuck up impedes your timeline. But yeah, congrats for your parents. Nicely in their new home. That's what I like to hear. Temporarily OP due to needing a retaining wall in. How the fuck did they move? I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Although the people here were top shelf, man. They put a pool in. Pool company put a pool in, and then their whole backyard started shifting, and they had to hurry the hell up and come out here in an emergency and start building a retaining wall. They built a retaining wall, and now they have to build even more retaining wall because they didn't realize the amount of weight that the amount of pressure that much water it just exerts. Like, I can't believe the pool company fucked that up. But I should take a picture of how bad it is. There's a water reclamation drainage ditch right back there, and they're gonna have to build more retaining wall. But to do that, they need to get the city's permission because they have to build out and they have to like structure it. So, question about Lost Ark. Go ahead. I may not be able to answer it, but I will give a question about Lost Ark my best guess. Was the translation done by the publisher or the devs? I have no idea. I would imagine that Amazon Game Studios did it. Let's see if we can find out. Amazon's localization of Lost Ark stirs controversy. After Amazon and Smilegate RPG announced their goals to change some of the characters' races, a number of the fans criticized the decision, calling it censorship. Censorship in quotes. Okay, we're good there. Amazon isn't known for its video games, though it does own the gaming-centric streaming site Twitch. Crucible's open beta was a flop. Perhaps the localization of Korean Lost Ark is the key to Amazon stepping into the industry. Now its developer will work with Amazon to publish Lost Ark. Some examples. On the game website, players can check out the customization. They'll notice that the woman brandishing the example martial art class is now black, and many others now have adding skin tones as well. I mean, that's okay. So that's making it applicable to a Western audience. Also realize, when it comes to translation, when you say you noticed a sloppy translation, realize that English and Korean are different structures of languages altogether. In English is an SVO language. It's a subject, verb, object. So I, subject, do, verb, to the object. I go where? To the store. Now, store is the object of the preposition, but it's subject, verb, object, prepositional phrase. Korean is a subject, object, verb. So I to the store go. So it was the tutorial text not matching the UI text. Well, that's not translation then, just so we're clear. That's not translation. That's localization, and that's the wrong font. So the tutorial told me to enter the maintenance mode, but in the UI it's called management. Well, yeah, that's okay, so that's sloppy. You're all over the place though. Yeah, that's bad translation. Translation isn't as simple as this means this in English, so put it in the dialogue. Yeah, and that's why my daughter gets my eldest daughter is a translator, and she gets paid so much money. And people are sometimes confused by this. So the average translation setup goes like this, right? So the average set of translations is, this is the message, right? In language 1. And so this person has to take that message, they translate to English, right? Then they tell this person, right? And then this person has to translate from English to language 2. The problem is a lot of shit gets lost in translation. Well, the reason why my daughter makes so much money is my daughter speaks and is rated in a number of languages. So she doesn't have to translate back to English because this person gives her a message in language 1, and then she can more thoroughly pass on the context of the message into language 2. Because she doesn't have to go, like, she says occasionally she has to put it into English because she has to make sure that she's keeping everything together. But you know, being able to go from French to German instead of having to go from French to English, English to German, that's progress. Translating from A to B to C doesn't sound like a good idea. The problem is it's not a good idea, but it's the way it has to happen. English is a really good B language, though. It's actually not, Muwell. That's the problem. English isn't a good B language because most people don't speak English. That's the problem. Americans don't speak English. Americans speak American. And when I say that, people get like this weird look. Americans don't speak English because you have, I don't have a soda can. Let's just pretend this is a soda, but it's a pop, but it's a soft drink. But if I'm in the South, it's a dark, it's a cola. If it's a light, it's a Sprite. Hey, let me get a cola. What flavor? Because they're not going to... Let me get a cola. What flavor? Well, wouldn't Coca-Cola be the flavor? No, because you got RC, Royal Crown Cola. You got Pepsi, because it's Pepsi-Cola. You got Coca-Cola, right? Americans don't speak English. Although we keep saying that we do, it's because we don't want to look like the hillbillies of the fucking planet and be like, we have a very laxed language. I saw an interesting meme yesterday that sci-fi is really horrible. Like Star Trek is horrible about this. What do the Klingons speak? Klingon. What do the Vulcans speak? Vulcan. What do the Bajorans speak? Bajoran. Why is it every other race in the galaxy speaks one language, and on Earth there's 4,500 languages? Dialects are going to be a thing in every large language, though. Right. However, when was the last time in America you actually heard the phrase soft drinks? You don't use it. Don't all humans speak the same language in that series? No, they don't, because Picard speaks French. The problem is that it's not just humans in Star Trek speak Federation Standard, correct? Except that's not the only language they speak. Example, Wesley comes back from the academy and speaks Latin. Every fast food restaurant, nope. Incorrect. Not every fast food restaurant. Lots of fast food restaurants don't have soft drinks written on their menu. They have drinks. Major ones, no, they don't. They don't have soft drinks anymore. They have drinks. And then under that, they have beer. And under that, they have liquor. Soft drink doesn't appear in common usage anymore. Therein lies the problem. Because we're not... American is not a dialect. American is spun off on its own language. For example, in English... Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw soft drinks. Exactly. Because you don't see it anymore. Because it's unneeded. It's unneeded. Beverages. Drinks. But not soft drinks. Because we no longer call alcohol hard liquor. We just call it liquor. It used to be hard liquor. Remember, soft drinks going all the way back, soft drinks were on tap for kids. Let me get a soft drink. Let me get a hard drink. Used to get your fucking liquor and you fucking give your kid a fizz. Give your kid a fizzy drink. It's a soft drink, no alcohol in it. That's why it's called a soft drink, no alcohol. But therein lies the problem. You can have two people speaking English and not understand each other because they're not both speaking English. One of them speaking American and one of them speaking British, and they can't make it work. So when you say translation errors, yeah, it's going to happen all the time because you also have to have people that understand the culture. You have to have people that understand the culture to understand the language. And this is very, very, very true with the one language I know this is absolutely true is Arabic. Arabic is not Arabic is not Arabic is not Arabic is not Arabic. It's not it. You have to be culturally sensitive to the idioms because they change things. Spanish is another one, but I don't want to go that route because it's been a minute since I studied academic Spanish versus common usage Spanish. But somebody was just talking to me the other day about how Spanish and English are radically different, not in complexity, but how we use verbs. And I was like, yes, you're right. English, man, you can fucking butcher English and still get the point across. I mean, what you're talking about a language, English or American, the word fuck can be every part of speech. That's pretty fucking impressive. But yeah, when you come to these translations, a lot of times companies don't put enough budget in their translation budget. It's literally a matter of how much can we put at it, or how much will the base translation work? What would be the ideal B language? I'm going to be honest, and people always look at me crazy. Latin, because you can't, in order to translate something to Latin, you have to drop all of the bullshit and you have to get to the core. You have to get to the core aspect of the message. You can't have a bunch of adverbs, adjectives, rampant prepositional phrases that add nothing to the message. Latin is the ideal B language, and in a lot of cases it is used as the intermediate language for that exact reason. Look at how many extra words. Like, you try to be sophisticated. The issue would be there aren't many that speak Latin, sadly. Incorrect. Linguists, almost every linguist who speaks more than 2 languages picks up Latin because Latin allows you to fumble fuck your way through a lot of languages. And that's really the core linguist thing. Some of them do ancient Greek, but most schools, we're not talking about people that have a passing familiarity because they spoke German and English in the house, or if Carthos was here, Carthos speaks 3 languages conversationally. We're not talking about conversational. We're talking about dedicated linguists who their job is the study and mastery of multiple languages. Most of them do speak Latin because you end up having to trace roots and ancestry back. If you're interested in languages in the West, look up French Canadians. Their French is more different than France than ours. English is the UK. Yes. Latin is the oldest known language. No. It is not the oldest known language. It is the oldest language, the oldest complete language that we have a complete understanding of. But no, ancient Sanskrit, hieroglyphics, much, much older than Latin. Barrington, the other one is look at Brazilian Portuguese versus Portugal Portuguese. Radically different. I was looking through something today, and the reason why Portuguese is spoken in Brazil is because the king of Portugal, when his country got invaded, loaded all his family and all of their wealth onto the boats and just peaced the fuck out. Like, peace. I'm out. All right, buddy. So, just peace out. Lawyers speak Latin, but generally lawyers don't speak conversational Latin. They speak legal Latin. That's another thing that drives me insane about this country. We have career fields that we deliberately keep things complex. We deliberately keep things complex in order to keep certain career fields empowered. A ton of things you could do at the courthouse if you had passing familiarity with courthouse operations, but unfortunately, they keep the process so complicated that you can't figure it out. Accountants are the next one, man. Accountants keep everything complicated on purpose because they don't want you to be able to file your taxes. They want you to have to get a tax advisor. That's why I love him or hate him. I love what Trump did with the 1040. The fucking orders the IRS to make the fucking tax form more simple. It's like, unless you have reasons, the average American can just do a 1040, period, because there should be nothing complicated about it. Well, how do I deduct my mortgage and my homeowners and my mortgage tax and my mortgage interest? You probably don't. Okay, you just don't. Unless you know you have more than the standard deduction, just file the standard deduction. Go on with it. Just go. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna change this up a bit. I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna do just chatting. There we go. Have they gone through with that yet? I'd like to see a comparison if it went from 50 pages down. No, not the instruction, the form. Not the instruction, the form. Look at the 1040 form now as compared to the 1040 form in about 2000, about 2012. I can't do a 1040. I can do a 1040, but I have a bunch of schedules I have to attach to mine, so that's why my accountant gets paid. Luckily now, this year I get to do a 1040. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. The one thing I was surprised to hear about is that most people in the US only speak one language. Is that true? Yes, we speak English. And that's by design. We only speak English by design. Here's why. All the countries in the world that speak 2 languages. Why do you speak 2 languages? So you can do business with Americans. Not even kidding. If you want to know, look, go back in your histories. To varying degrees. No, the Americans speak one language. A lot of the people that speak two languages, when you trace them back, they're immigrants. So how good is my Spanish? My Spanish is pretty horrible now. But it wasn't taking Spanish classes that made me good at Spanish. It was having Mexican friends and teaching in the Back of the Yards neighborhood. If you look up Back of the Yards Chicago, it'll show you where I used to teach. My first year teaching, I had 30 students, 29 of them were Spanish, one of them was Polish. My second year teaching, I had 30 students, 29 of them were Spanish, and one of them was Polish. The Back of the Yards neighborhood is a place that occasionally you get like an immigrant living there, but the majority of it's all Hispanics. So it was a matter of necessity. I had to get better at Spanish because it was the only way I could talk to the parents. And then of course, I've always disproportionately dated Mexicans. My wife's Mexican. My kids are all half Mexican. They don't speak Spanish. Que lástima. My kids just never had any interest in it. So a lot of American cultures with dual languages have had their native tongues snuffed out. Yeah. Because not so many Spanish people speak English though. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The children do. The children do. And we're not talking about, remember, we're not talking about people living in America. Okay? There is a difference between the term people living in America and we're talking about Americans. I keep that in mind. When you say Americans, not everybody living in the continental United States is an American. We have a ton of illegal immigrants. Since I'm in the just chatting category now, I want to remind people, America doesn't aggressively enforce immigration most of the time. The reason why is we know full well that first of all, we know full well we could kick out every illegal immigrant. You could kick out every illegal immigrant very, 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 very easily. Very easily. You know how you get you know how you get rid of every illegal immigrant? Make it so that you need to show a federal ID to get into any federal installation, courthouse, DMV, airport, you know, anywhere that's federal. You can just put immigration officers there. Need to see your paperwork, need to see your paperwork, need to see your paperwork. You'd get, within a couple of months, you'd get rid of all of them. Register your kids for school, need to see your paperwork. Eventually you would simply not have illegal immigrants anymore. Our economy could not survive if we got rid of all the illegal immigrants. Our economy would simply crush in on itself. Not because we're not paying people a living wage. Oh, Spain? Yeah, we're not talking about Spain. Talking about Spanish people in America. Illegal immigrants make for a cheap workforce. It's not that illegal immigrants make for a cheap workforce. They do jobs that people hate. There you go. Did you know a lot of illegal immigrants are making better than minimum wage? This thought process where illegal immigrants are getting paid pennies is bullshit, because they're not getting paid pennies. They're getting paid to do jobs that nobody else wants to do. Do you want to get your ass up on a fucking hot roof in the middle of summer? No, you want somebody else to do that for you. But it's got to get done. So somebody's going to do it. Right? Somebody is going to do it. And since you're not going to do it, they're going to do it. Do you know what the other trick to it is? Here's the other trick to it. The other trick to it becomes, boom. They don't file tax returns. They don't file tax returns, so the IRS sits on a ton of money, because illegal immigrants, the people have it in their head that in America, illegal immigrants all work for cash. That's not true. They have social security numbers that about 12 people are. My identity was stolen my identity was stolen and was used to just get somebody an American identity. I didn't notice this until randomly I got a social security, like, you know, I was whatever age that they start sending you your annual contribution form. And I was like, there's no way I've contributed that much in these years. And I called them and I said, this is wrong. And they said, where were you working? And I said, I was in the military. I was in basic training and tech school. They said, yeah, because we have you working in Chicago as at like 3 different restaurants. Nope, I wasn't there. No, somebody had taken my identity, taken my social security number, and gotten a job with it. Their place of employment was deducting withholdings as required for Medicare and FICA, whatever the other one is, and it was all going to the government. And okay, that's the trick. They're putting money into the system, and everybody just looks the other way. Yes, I make $85K a year after taxes. Okay, I'm confused. I'm confused as to why we needed that. Politics Jay could get big money. Yeah, I know. Politics is huge money, man. Politics is huge money. Cancel. So. Do. So. Oh. Yeah, I moved out of the Ashes channel. Moved into just a little chatting. We're just going to sit around, chat. So anything you guys want to put on the agenda now, I'm going to walk out of the room real quick. But anything you want to put on the agenda, I don't care. It doesn't have to be Ashes related now. We're just chatting, so throw something on the table. Oh, I meant this is how an illegal immigrant can make money in America. Yes, exactly. Anyone enjoying Lost Ark? I don't think too many people are enjoying Lost Ark, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I see. I was thinking if people enjoy it so far, I'm having trouble getting into it. You know, the reason why a lot of people aren't going to be able to get into it is isometric downward looking games, and most people aren't used to those. Isometric downward looking games are rough for people. So it's just like people say, I saw you having fun with Fractured, but I can't play an isometric downward looking game. And I'm like, yeah, isometrics are not for everybody. And that was one of the things I talked to Prometheus about. I talked to Prometheus and I said, I think I caught him off guard when I said to him once, I said, you're going to have to make some decisions because you're going to be a very niche game. And I think I kind of hurt his feelings or caught him off guard. Because remember, language, different. I don't speak Italian. I think I caught him off guard or hurt his feelings. And he didn't, I don't think he put too much thought into an isometric downward looking game with full loot drop is going to be a very, very niche game. Very, very niche. That is not going to be a widely accepted a widely accepted game at all. So once you realize that a lot of people struggle with the idea of refining your target audience, like you need to know who your target audience is and how you appeal to them. Like one of the things I saw was a bar in Chicago, I think. They don't allow you to come in unless you're 25 or up. And I don't know if it's still in business. I know that it was years and years and years ago that I saw that. I know they were under a lawsuit, age discrimination. But they said they had too many problems with young people causing damage at their bar. So they were raising the minimum to come into their bar. And I'm like, okay, well then you have to make sure that you're going to be able to reach the amount of customers you need to reach to make the money you need. I still find it weird to make an MMO isometric, not asymmetric, ISO. The problem, it's the development cost. It is cheaper to make an isometric game than it is to make a free camera game. Is it possible to put an option to camera lock to ISO down on a free camera game? And would it reach a wider audience? No, it's not, because remember, so when you've got your isometric game, right? And just gonna do a snapshot here. When you have your isometric game, this is all you can see, right? So your character is right here. Now, right away with isometric games, they have to get the camera distancing just right, because a lot of times up is more than down. So you see further above you than you do below you. So what happens is you could actually have a situation where, let me not do it that way. Let me do it this way. It's going to be a little off for scale, but in some isometric games, the problem is I see your lower body, right? I see your lower body and we're flagged for PvP. So I get that first hit off. And now you have to rotate down to rotate your line down in order to hit me. So this is a major problem. This is an absolute major problem. But it is one of the things about isometrics. Now, I saw somebody say, Amazon Game Studio, what grinds me off a bit is the class gender locks. I like to be able to make a character that I want to play no matter the class. The problem is that money. If I give you 5 classes and they're gender locked, I have to develop 5 things. If I give you 5 classes and they're not gender locked, I have to develop 10 things. If I give you 5 races with 5 classes and 2 genders, I suddenly have to develop 50 things. The trick to it is I'm developing more and more things for less and less results. And I know people don't like to hear that, but these small companies, like, you don't want to pay $249.99 for the game, but the companies only have a fixed amount of money. If Steven wasn't rich, Ashes wouldn't be as grand in scope as it is, because Steven has to have enough money to project out that he can design this product. Well, people are like, oh, he made $3 million on the Kickstarter. That $3 million is come and gone. That money's gone. $3 million is not a lot of money. I know what you're going to say. $3 million is a ton of money. Be like, $3 million is not a tremendous amount of money when it comes to salary. When they had 68 employees, the standard is if you don't want to start dicking around with office rent and utilities and machines and desks and furnitures and taxes and all those other things, what you do is you take $100,000 in California, sometimes as high as 120, but $100,000. You say, for every employee I have, I'm going to times that by $100,000. And people are always hit me with, well, they don't make $100,000. And I'm like, I know, I didn't say that they do. You're counting for rent and utilities and equipment and taxes and taxes and taxes and taxes and one more taxes. So 68 employees times 100,000 a year. That's $6.8 million a year. And that's the low end. That's what's called the floor. So when people say, oh, Intrepid made all this money, I'm like, they made $3 million minus processing fees, minus taxes. That paid for about half a year of development of a staff of 68. Wanted to say thank you for the general life lessons I've picked up from the stream. Just had an interview for a possible job promotion, and throughout the interview, I was calling some of the stuff you have said in the past, so thank you. That's why I do this. That statement right there. I do this because you'll notice on my stream description says, in filling in the gaps in your education. I don't think I'm better than anybody else, but I think that I have spent way more time reading than you do. I think the problem is that nobody in your educational life ever told you that education is a lifelong process. That's why, I do stuff like this, and I have an entire list of books I think you should read. $3 million to an MMO is next to nothing. It's almost to a normal adult $1,000. It's not much at all. Normal adult is very vague. $1,000 in the grand scheme of things, and I'm assuming they mean in the Western world. Why you got to talk about taxes? I was having a good day. Yeah, I know, right? Taxes suck. I got to do my taxes. I love how my brokerage house is just like, yeah, we're going to get you your 1099 for your investments like halfway through the month of February. I was like, aren't you required by law to have them to me on the 31st of January? I'm waiting on one answer on the corporate taxes. Then I'll file those. So I got federal return money back. Talk about taxes reminds me about that. I'm getting so much money back. It's stupid, but thank you. COVID. I've made so much money on COVID. Thank you, COVID. So what else, guys? Life, the universe, and everything. What do we want to know about life, the universe, and everything? Guys, don't forget, we got a battle going on. We got a battle going on. Browser. Stream Raiders clock. I'm usually not on this. There we go. Nice and small. Nice and small. Put you over there. There we go. Don't forget. Stream Raiders clock. Ah. So yeah, Wednesday I'm definitely going to play something. I'm going to talk about Ashes for a little bit, and then I'm probably going to play Sifu. So I think the days of, and then obviously on the days where the Ashes content, like if we're carrying the show, we'll just keep going with it. How well do I think Biden handled the pandemic? I don't think Joe Biden can be given a grade for how he handled the pandemic, because he got handed a completely absolute fucking shit show from Trump. I don't care about your politics. There are simple things, and there are simple things to do in the world to handle a contagion. The United States Department of Defense has volumes and volumes and volumes and volumes of operational plans for what to do to handle a contagion. The fact that the government did none of those things, absolutely fucking mind-boggling. I want to remind people that this shows you what happens when your society doesn't have one immunization. All the anti-vaxxers have amazingly shut the fuck up. Like, you don't see those people around anymore because they realize, shit, this doesn't work. All the work from home scams are all gone because, you know, where's that? No, not all of them died, but the anti-vaxxers are realizing that their argument goes right out the window. Like, we don't need vaccines. Yeah, really, look around your fucking world. This is our world without one vaccine. We don't have a cure for one thing. Let alone if this was let alone if this was something like SARS or MERS with like a 40% lethality rate instead of a 4% lethality rate. Also, COVID showed us amazingly the ignorance level of so many people, like people that can't do math. And I am not great at math, but at least I know when I see a number in math, I'm like, that doesn't look right. Let me do it again. People that are talking about the lethality rate is 0.4%. It's like, well, we take the whole population of the country, we divide it by the number of dead. No, you take the total number of dead and you divide it by the total number of reported cases. Now, I get it that there were some cases that got, like, the person who got in a car accident and died and they went into the COVID count. The person who got shot and died who went into the COVID count. The person who had terminal cancer who died on schedule and went into the COVID count. That's all bad data. Before COVID, I didn't know there were people that didn't wash their hands in the US until I saw politicians talk about it. Oh man, what should disturb you is when they stop people who are coming out of the bathroom and they do a swab on their phone. And the fact, what was it in the last one I saw, is like 60% of people 60% of phones that are checked have fecal matter on them. Like, they do this little swab and they do the little test. 60% of people's phones have fecal matter on them. It's because you're using your phone while you're on the toilet and then you don't wash your phone. Yeah, you can look it up. Look it up. Phones and hold on. Your smartphone is 7 times dirtier than your toilet. Fecal matter can be found on 1 out of every 6 smartphones. Phones in leather cases are 17 times dirtier than a toilet seat. Yep. It's all that stuff. Yep. Yikes. The amount of content in Lost Ark is kind of mind-boggling compared to other MMOs. No. What MMO has less content than Lost Ark? Jumping in, but I had to ask this question. Oh, that's fine. Have they said anything about the Freeholder caravan being sized appropriately? Like, if I get a dwarf one that's out now, but I don't play a dwarf, will I still fit through the... Yes. No, they haven't. Not on the Freeholds. Will you still fit through the door? Yes. How that works, I don't know. I don't know how that works. BDO and New World. Okay, New World is not an MMORPG. New World is not an MMORPG, so please stop calling it that. New World is 3 hours of content in an alpha that you play 100 times. So New World should not be considered a game. BDO, okay, BDO maybe, because I didn't play a ton of BDO, I can't necessarily argue one way or the other. So yeah, if you played BDO, yeah, BDO's content because you farm everything over and over. I didn't like BDO, and as my guild made fun of me, I talked to every NPC and tried to do all of my stuff with every NPC. My guild actually, after 3 days, said, Jay, you got to get out of the first town. That's how I spent all day, every day in BDO, was in the first town, interacting with the NPCs. They literally said, you can't be the mayor of the first town. Get the fuck out of it and go do some content. Just chatting. Yeah, Axel, there's really no more Ashes stuff to talk about. So at the end of the last couple of weeks, I've realized that the show was on a downward slip, because there's just not a bunch of Ashes stuff to cover. So what I'm going to do, I wasn't ready to play Dying Light today. So Wednesday, I'm going to talk Ashes for a little bit and then play Sifu. Friday, I will play Dying Light. I wish a game would come out that could keep me busy until Ashes. So, Lost Ark, for its age, has a lot of content. I mean, Lost Ark is only 2 years old. I think, let me say it this way. I think this is what you're trying to get to. I think this is what you're trying to get to. For a free-to-play game without a prohibitive pay-to-win cash shop, Lost Ark has a lot of stuff to do. I think that's what you're trying to get to. Because Lost Ark has a veritable ton of stuff to do. I'm just not sure how much of it is actually going to be meaningful. I don't think people are going to enjoy Lost Ark for long. I'm actually going to be very interested in seeing the Lost Ark numbers. I want to see the Lost Ark numbers 30 day, 60 day, 90 day, just to see how it holds up. Jay plays New World. No, I don't play New World. I played New World in testing. And then I stopped playing it. I never got into it at launch because it was cooking. It was cooking 3090s. I can say I've seen 0 bugs so far. So there's that. They don't get a fucking cookie for that. Congratulations. In your Western release of a game, you have no bugs. The game has been out for 2 years. It should have 0 bugs. So yeah, they're not gonna get a cookie there. Somebody put a post up. I'm interested. Somebody wrote this really long post about alt bait tactics and using alt slots. It's really easy. You can't delete a character if it has, just make it so you can't delete a character if it has negative XP or corruption. It's weird that we compliment and reward a game that has 0 bugs nowadays. It should be a goddamn normal standard that games have no bugs at launch. No, I want to specify that. 0 bugs is an unrealistic expectation. 3 bugs per million opportunities for a bug is Lean Six Sigma. 3 bugs per million opportunities for a bug. So there's a couple of ways to clarify that. 3 bugs per million line of code, or 3 bugs per operation. It really all depends on how you want to do that, but 0 bugs is an unrealistic expectation. A game should have 0 game-breaking bugs, yes. 0 game-breaking bugs, sure. But to have a standard of 0 bugs would mean that everybody else in every other field would have a 0 tolerance for mistakes. That means every airplane has to land on time. Every airplane has to take off on time. It means every construction project needs to get done on time. It means every surgery has to go perfect. It means nobody speeds. It means, you know, nobody commits a crime. Society, it's impossible to have zero defects. So game-breaking bugs, sure, like Cyberpunk 2077 and the disappearing pants, game-breaking bug. Cyberpunk 2077 and the floating trees on launch day, bad. So to have a standard of 0 bugs, they would have to start hiring more professional testers, and I doubt they're going to do that since you can charge people to test your games now. Keep in mind, guys, that the mentality that you charge people to test their games, you're also paying those people to promote your game. And the idea of buying into games is an important one. Because without that, companies have to spend more money on marketing. So I want every surgery to go perfectly. Well, you're unrealistic. My shoulder surgery, I wish it had gone perfectly. I live in pain every day of my life. Sucks. They still have QA, QC. We aren't their only testers. Yeah, but the problem is instead of them spending $1 million on QA, they make $3 million by having bulk testers. Most companies that have buy-ins for alphas don't pay enough for their QA. But then again, why should I pay for 95% perfection when you'll accept 92? Why pay for 92 when you'll accept 88? Why pay for 88 if you'll accept 85? The problem is gamers have driven down the bar of what's unacceptable to a point you get New World. It's our fault. It is absolutely our fault. It's absolutely our fault. We accept poor customer service, so we expect poor customer service, and then they proceed to defend New World. Absolutely, abso-fucking-lutely. So here's the thing. To joke about a meme, there's a guy and a girl duet on Twitch on TikTok, and it always makes me smile when I see it comes up. The guy is singing, "Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than," and before he finishes, she says, "Suck dick." And he stops and he's like, and she's like, "Gotcha." The trick to that is I start trashing New World and somebody jumps in and says, "Well, New World is great," and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, so you're defending New World? And really? You're going to defend New World? Are you serious? And they're like, "Yeah, I'm going to defend New World because the developers worked really, really hard." Who are you, their mommy? The developers worked really, really hard and you shouldn't be trashing them. I'm not trashing the developers. I'm trashing their product. This product is fucking dog shit. It's like, I'm a huge Disney fan. I love Disney. I love Disney World. I love Hollywood Studios. I love the Magic Kingdom. I love Epcot. I love Animal Kingdom. I love the fucking place. I'm a Disney shareholder. Disney is out of their fucking mind with this Genie Plus thing that they tried to do. It's dumb as fuck. It is dumb as fuck. I don't care. They can show up on my show and they can sit and spin. I don't give a fuck. It's a dumb as fuck idea. They're trying to copy Universal and they're trying to make more money. For fuck's sake, Mickey, you need to mail it to... Oh, you have my gift? Oh, remember, guys, I have a P.O. box. It's down there below, so you guys can always feel free to send me gifts. I love gifts. I love gifts. I love getting gifts. I love getting mail. I send mail, too. But people outraged about Genie. What it is, it allows you to pay more money than you're already paying to visit Disney World. It allows you to pay more money to get to the head of more lines faster. I just want to address the fact that is the way it was mapped out and the way it was done was absolutely ridiculous. Do I do PO box opening streams, or do you just open items when you receive them? I open them when I receive them because I never know what somebody has sent me. So I don't do unboxings because some people have sent me stuff that they've sent me letters. People have asked me for help. I don't want to, like, I never want somebody to be afraid to send me something because I'm going to open it on stream. Because then somebody might not send me something. I've had people send me letters asking for help. People sent me letters asking for letters of recommendation or how they can go in the military. So, yeah, I never want to be in a situation where somebody's afraid to send me, something. Now, if somebody were to put on the package, hey, open this live on stream, I still wouldn't do it because I don't know what it is. Remember, I am ultimately responsible for all of the content that happens on this show. So I never want to be in a situation. I won't do blind openings because I don't know what it is. Now, if a company were to send me, something and say like, hey, we're going to send you new tech, would you unbox it live? Yeah, then I would do that. But that would even be dicey. You liked Genie Plus, but it's a money grab. I spent a lot there. Yeah, that's Araj. That's the problem. That's ultimately the problem. You're talking about a family of 4 spending over $600 just to get in the park for one day, assuming they're only going for one day, and then you want them to pay like $25 a ride? That's bullshit. But, you know, the Disney's like every 10 trip costs $10K. We did it up to 10-day trip for how many people? See, because I have the advantage. I can do 10-day, 2 adults, 2 kids. Wow, man, you were there for a while. I usually do 6 days at well, it all depends on what my military ticket is. But see, the benefit is, and Araj, you're probably gonna be floored when you hear this. My 6-day ticket, my 6-day park hopper ticket for 4 people is about $1,000. So I spend $1,000 on the ticket to get into Disney. Which frees up a lot of money. Which frees up a lot of money for me to, you stayed at the Polynesian for 7 and 3 days at the Art of Animation? Nice. I want to stay at the Polynesian. I've stayed at the Art of Animation. I like Kidani Village. I like the animal side of Kidani Village. I like opening up my blinds in the morning and there being a giraffe 150 feet from me. I want to stay at the Jumba Huts this time, I think. The next time we go down, I want to try to stay at the Jumba Huts one night and then stay at the Jumba House. You wish you had $10,000 to spend on Disneyland, Disney World? I spend about $8,000 a year on my fall trip, although my fall trip this year is going to be infinitely cheaper because Southwest comped me plane tickets. I just need to take my trip by a certain day. See if my I don't think they have the calendar out for next year. Yeah, I need next year's calendar. I gotta plan my fall trip. But yeah, and I'll say this to people: Disney is great, but plan to spend a ridiculous amount of money on your Disney trip. Disney is very, very expensive. Disney is very, 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 very expensive. I do recommend now to some people, given the way they changed the magic bands and how the magic bands work and all that, maybe not necessarily staying at a Disney resort. Disney resorts do have a lot of advantages, but they are expensive. It's easy to spend $10,000 on a 10-day trip. It's easy for me to spend $8,000 on a 4-day trip. But I do Halloween Horror Nights, and usually Halloween Horror Nights with express passes We budget 20K every 3 years for vacations. Normal vacation budget is 10K for the year. Yeah, we do, because we don't go to Disney every year, and we're probably going to skip this year for Disney. This is our Disney year, but we're probably going to skip this year for Disney, and then we want to go out to Disneyland, because we haven't done Disneyland yet, and we haven't done Disneyland, and we haven't done the Universal out there. We want to do that, so that's our plan, me and Tamir. By the way, guys, we're just chilling and just chatting. So spending a week at the beach club in July. Nice. I don't like beaches. I don't like sand. My daughter Gizmo loves Gizmo absolutely loves the Portofino's hotel, because the beach has got sand on it. She likes to play in the sand. So in our experience, it's the best on-site resort. I like I said, I like the I like Kidani Village. It's a little bit further out of the way. So you're on the bus a little bit longer every day. But I like, well, technically it's not Kidani Village I want to stay at. It's the Jumba House is where I want to stay. I want to eat at the 2 restaurants there. They were closed the last time we went down. So you stayed at Kidani when it first opened. Yeah. Kidani's now a Disney Vacation Club resort. So that is one place that I will criticize Disney. I hear the most complaints about that. Disney likes you like call them and you tell them I want to be on Kidani, I want to be on the giraffe side, and I want to be on the Savannah View, and they book that, and you get that as the confirmation, and then when you get there, that's not what you have, and you go down to the front desk and you're like, this is absolutely not what we booked, and then they're there trying to fumble fuck around trying to get you into the room. Yeah, those were the good restaurants. Jumba House had a dinner buffet that was outstanding. Yeah, I want to go there for they've got 2 there that I want to eat at. I want to eat at both of those places. They were closed last time due to Florida not allowing any buffets. But my last trip to Disney was pennies on the dollar. My last trip to Disney was absolutely pennies because I went during the pandemic and I was part of Disney's trial group. So like we arrived and they had only been open for 2 days and they were doing the whole crawl, walk, run, get everything built up. So we went to the pool and we were like one of 3 families at the pool. And I was just casually talking to the lifeguard and I said, is it always this dead? And the lifeguard says, no. I said, how many? He's like, this whole place is usually filled. I said, how many people are at the resort right now? And the lifeguard said, we're filled to 5%. This week is 5%. And we want to see people come in for the pools. We want to see people come in for the transportation. Most mornings when we left, we were the only people on our bus. I think out of 6 days going to the parks, I think twice we had other people on our bus. Even the cruise ships like right now are 60% capacity. Man, I have no desire to take a cruise. And luckily Tamir doesn't want to take a cruise. So Tamir and I have both kind of said, not interested in taking a cruise. I don't like the idea of being stuck on a boat. Because if you're at the resort and you want to take a walk, you can take a walk. If you want to go downtown to Orlando, you can. If you want to catch a cab, you can catch a cab down to the City Walk. I don't recommend that. If you're gonna do that, catch a cab to the Portofino because it costs you less money. We were scheduled on the front end of the new Wish, but the shipbuilder pushed the delivery date. Yeah, but you like cruises, so I don't want to be in a boat. I don't want to be in a boat. The last time I was on a major type of boat was the ferry from Ireland to England, and I threw up all over everybody. Do I think New World has a future? No. I don't think New World has a future because New World has died off too quickly. Let's take a look. So there's New World right down there. New World within New World. Oh, here, why don't I do this? Not that. Why don't I grab all of this? So New World, as you can see, has just completely hemorrhaged players every month over month. Like 62% loss, 46% loss, 21% loss, 25% loss. Right now they're looking at another loss. I don't think New World can survive because when you're in a free fall, when you're in it's sub 40K. When you're in a free fall, you need something to turn you around. And I don't think New World has that. Was there a worse MMO than New World? Bless Online. Bless Online was the biggest fucking scam ever because Bless Online lets you play over the weekend, and then they pushed a patch that they clearly had built that completely screwed the game. If you didn't get to max level in the first weekend, then it took you 6 times as long. Crowfall was a flop at launch. Yeah, Crowfall's been sold now. But yeah, Crowfall. Revelation Online had a rough launch. Revelation Online had a so wasn't it a literal scam to pay back someone? Bless Online wasn't a scam to pay back someone. Bless Online was a scam. They spun up NeoWiz Bless Studio so that they could launch Bless in the Western world. They made a couple of $1,000,000, moved all the money to Bless Unchained, and then closed Bless NeoWiz Studios. The interesting thing about having companies that transfer money is that there's a 2-year statute of limitation or not a statute of limitation, a 2-year window where US courts can force money back. Well, only applies in the US. Once you move the money overseas, the US court doesn't have the ability to do that. I also want to say that's one of the reasons why Caspian at Chronicles of Illyria may be completely boned. Because he put out that his personal wealth was going to be his personal wealth and the wealth of his other company was going to be what helped pay for Chronicles of Illyria. Well, the problem with that statement is if you said you're going to give refunds and you said your personal wealth is the resources for this game, well, now you have a problem with the courts may look at that and say, pony up those personal resources. So I am always amazed that people don't run shit past their lawyer. Companies that, right, if you're going to start a business, there's a couple of things you need on day one. You need a lawyer, you need an accountant, you need a marketeer. If you don't have those 3 things and you're not one of those 3 things, then you shouldn't be starting any business. You should have a lawyer, an accountant, and a marketeer. How are we going to pay for it? How are we going to protect the money? What are we going to say and is it legal? What are we going to build and how are we going to sell it? If you don't have those 3 capabilities, your fucking project is dead from day one. Like, for example, Intrepid Studios said on their Kickstarter, if the product fails to launch, we will refund each and every customer. That statement doesn't mean shit. Because because Intrepid Studios is a C corporation. Although I'm very, very, very confused as to what Intrepid Studios really is, or if there's 2 Intrepid Studios running around, because you cannot put the word incorporated on a limited liability corporation. For example, when you see the Paradox Gaming Network, comma, incorporated is a C corporation in good standing in the state of Illinois. I'm a C corporation. Well, I'm not a C corporation. PGN Inc. is a C corporation. I see Intrepid as Intrepid Studios LLC, and I see Intrepid as Intrepid Studios Incorporated, and you're not allowed to mix those suffixes. So one of these days I need to sit down with Steven and say, hey, why do I see your company name? And it may be that they have 2 companies. There's a lot of reasons why you would, but maybe they're an LLC operating as a C company, and I just don't know California law. Were able to participate in the Hogwarts Legacy thing? No, I was not. I did not get an invite. The Crowfall had one interesting aspect with gathering resources. You could have a foreman who would give buffs to your other gatherers. I thought that was neat. That actually isn't Crowfall unique. Threather, that actually comes from EVE Online, where you had mining director skills and a mining director's implant. Your mining director gave all the other ships in the mining fleet bonuses to cycle time and yield and everything. That was a really, really cool setup. I think EVE Online should be looked at more often. I think that the foreman, I think buffs should be a thing, but I think EVE Online does it where you need to learn leadership and then you learn the buffs that you give, and this person being in a leadership role gives an advantage. The problem is I just haven't figured out a way that you would translate that to a traditional MMORPG, because where do those leadership skills come from? If those were a method, I think Intrepid could do something with leadership skills based on node citizenship and religion and social organization. The problem is, how do you do the raid alignment? Because generally you want heals to be restricted to the party, not the whole raid. So I think in that, an MMORPG could do some really good stuff, but not a traditional MMORPG. EVE does it well because it's always an investment of time, both in-game and out-of-game, your training time. So, but no, I think factors like that are really cool, where one person has done horizontal progression to be able to give a benefit to everybody else. Like, if the tank is in the party leader position, then everybody gets bonus hit points. Like, I don't know if you saw this with Final Fantasy XIV does this as well. When you have a tank in the party, everybody gets a little bit of vitality. When you have this in the party, everybody gets this. When you have that in the party, everybody gets that. I would like to see it where who's ever in the party leader position gives a buff. So like the tank gives damage mitigation or bonus hit points. The mage gives mana regen. The bard gives can't really think of something for the bard. The rogue gives bonus dot damage. The cleric gives healing received. So whichever person you put in the leadership role would change. Now you've added even one more dynamic to your party composition. So that I'm always looking for little things that MMORPGs can add. So I'm always looking for things that MMORPGs can add to make the game like a little mo beta. Like, you know what I'm saying? Mo beta. I want So. Oh, the largest stolen valor in history. Hundreds of thousands stolen. Yeah. I am tired. I am tired of stolen valor people. I really am tired of stolen valor people. Sparky posted something in my Discord in the humor channel. I am really, 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 really tired of stolen valor people. It's real simple. If somebody says they're retired, they have I need to watch Angry Cops video on that. That is Angry Cops that I just listed. If somebody says that they are retired from the military in the US, just ask them for their Big Blue Mafia card. Because everybody who's a retiree has their Big Blue Mafia card. It's your retiree ID. Everybody has it. Everybody has their Blue Mafia ID card. Because your Blue Mafia ID card is what gets you on base, gets you to the BX, gets you to the commissary, and most importantly, if you've got a Big Blue Mafia card, it's your free healthcare for the rest of your life. Or we pay for it. I fucking don't. Yeah, we don't pay for it. It's free, right? We pay for that shit? I don't remember. We don't pay for that shit. That shit's free. We pay for our dental, we pay for our vision, but that other shit's free. Now, I find it funny because it used to be you had to go, if you lived like 10 years ago, if you lived near a military installation, you had to go to the base unless the base was swamped. Now all the bases are swamped. Hey all, this is a weird time to see you on. No, it's not. This is my standard Monday show. I'm on Mondays. Come on now, look at the schedule. I'm one of the few streamers you know that if you go down there, you click the Chibi's head, and then you click schedule. I have my schedule on. This is my normal Monday time. This is my normal Monday time. Wednesdays is earlier and Fridays is Wednesday's the earliest show. Friday is the middle show. But I'm, like I said, now that ashes are starting to dry up until we get some content, I might rotate the shows around a little bit because, you know, Happy Valentine's Day. Oh, I appreciate that. I'll show you guys one more time because I love my kids. It's from my daughter. I got a Valentine's Day bear. Aw. The best part is my kids spend their own money on gifts. Uh-oh. So. I do want to say we are halfway through the month. I should be getting that World of Warships check, and I should be getting a fat check from Twitch. I should be able to be putting out I should have a jazz album out by 1 March, and then I've got a couple other projects in work, and then once I get all that money and I have all that money, yeah, fat check from Sneckers. Once I have all that money put together, I'm going to contact the EDM artist. I'm going to start an EDM. How many fucking projects do I got going on right now? Hold on a second. Let's do some math. Okay, so I got the jazz album going on. I have the epic orchestra. I have the sci-fi. So I have those 3 going on. And then I'm going to be able to contract out the EDM guy for a bunch of tracks. So I should have an album out on 1 March. And then I should have an album out on 1 April. My goal this year is to put out 200 more songs on PGN Music. That's going to be quite a bit. Hopefully we can make some progress with the record label. But yeah, the 24 song jazz album, and then I might just retain that jazz artist and just be like, look dude, how much money you want? How much you want to make? Like I said last year, this community we raised $2,500 for Extra Life, which is really impressive. We produced $8,200 worth of art and music. So we have a PGN Music Spotify channel, and very cool shirt that my wife made me. I love my wife. My wife's always making new stuff. So I got my PGN Music shirt. I pulled this one out of the cabinet. You know, it's actually, in case I forget my name, I can look down and be like, who am I again? Oh shit, yeah, my wife made this one though. My wife did a really good job there. Little big on the front side, but it was like her first shirt. I bought her a Cricut. Nothing like buying your wife a toy that's gonna keep her busy like for hours and hours and hours. So. Cricut, yeah. No, not that type of Cricut. The crafting thing. The crafting thing. Guys, no, top hats are very, very, very hot. Hi, you want to be seen? Can we show you off? Can we show you off? The people want to see you. The people want to see you. Hi. No, don't hide. The people never get to see you. You never want to come to the show anymore. Okay. Hey. Hey, relax. Relax. I moved the camera. They can't see you now. They can't see you. There's no camera. I moved it. Okay, I'm lying to my cat, but that's okay. He's not dumb. He says, no, Dad. I know there's a camera there. I know there's a camera there. My boys are old. So's the orange tabby. I got, you know, it was funny. We were talking about going on vacation. I got a problem now. I don't know who's gonna take care of my cats when I'm on vacation. That might be a problem. My cats need meds every day. I'm gonna have to cancel vacations. Stay home and take care of you, huh? No? You won't even talk? Okay. So, you have to board yours due to meds? Yeah, for a long time we've had people nearby that can take care of them, but people are moving on with their own lives, and I don't really like a ton of people coming into my house while I'm not home. So, I don't know what we're gonna do. Especially now that they need oral meds. I haven't done any research on Ashes since October, so I'm out of the loop on things. Okay, so number one, that's why I have a YouTube channel, so you should be following that. If you're not following that, shame on you. Number two, that's why I'm here. Number three, that's why I have a Discord, so that when you have a question, you can pop on the Discord and you can tag me. But really, there's not necessarily a whole lot to... There's not necessarily a whole lot has been going on since October. They transitioned to Unreal Engine 5. That transition was finished a couple of weeks ago. They split body animation. So... I don't want to ask a ton of questions, because y'all have to answer a shit ton of dumb questions daily, so I'll give you a break. No, man. That's why... Here's the thing. If you look up there, there's a crazy... up right... Where? There. Right about there. There's a guy that donated 232 subs. I do this show to answer people's questions. That's why... That is the whole reason I am here. Believe me, if I didn't want to answer the same questions over and over and over, I would not have named my product Ashes 101. So you can ask as many questions as you want. I'm never going to get frustrated with good questions. Any thoughts on Diablo 4? Potential? Yes. 2 thumbs up. What the hell? Huge amounts of potential for Diablo 4. Speaking of Ashes of Creation drought right now, think it's long before we get another content release, or a waste of time right now. There's, here's the thing. Intrepid Studios is doing exactly the right thing, and they need to keep doing exactly what they're doing. In fact, they need to do even a little bit less than what they're doing. What I mean by that is there is absolutely, positively no reason to be doing any level of marketing in the slightest. The reason why is what are you marketing? What is your goal? What is your objective? What is your marketing strategy? What is your goal? Because right now you're hemorrhaging viewers across everything because you have no product to show them. If it's not about the money, yeah, move to quarterly streams. Absolutely. Let people know why you're moving to quarterly streams. Hey guys, we're kind of feeling the drought that our content creators are feeling. We want to move to quarterly streams. We want to do a good 2-hour quarterly stream instead of trying to do every single month. We need time to build the game, and we feel that we're losing a lot of production steps by bringing you guys a monthly live stream and trying to keep you guys hyped and engaged. We think it would be a more genuine approach if we actually went dark for 90 days and went and built the damn game. That would be infinitely better than what they do, because then what they do ends up costing them integrity. So, are we talking about Ashes or Diablo 4? Ashes, because they don't talk about Diablo 4. They're doing exactly the right thing that they should be doing with Diablo 4. And what they're doing is they're not talking about it. Just like Project TL, NCSoft released a little teaser today. So, it would be nice if they would chill with their tweets as well. Yeah, I mean, I have to be careful today because somebody might accuse me of being jaded. But you guys have heard me say this many times. They need to stop. They need to stop putting a tweet out every single day. And then fucking bullshit, like you're like, we schedule our tweets 6 months in advance. Okay. Yeah. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. All you want to do is be right. You don't want to be genuine. You don't want to be authentic. You don't want to have integrity. You just want to be right. Well, now you look like a fucking horse's ass. So not a really good way to go about it. You want to pick a fight with a content creator. Fine. You lost. You lost, and it's documented that you lost. Wasn't Diablo 4 being launched on mobile? No, that was Diablo Immortal. What happened is they were going to talk about Diablo 4 at the 2018 TwitchCon. They were going to talk about Diablo 4. And then what happened was, at the very last minute, the decision to talk about Diablo 4 was scrapped. So in order to fill in the Diablo part of the BlizzCon, they talked about Diablo Immortal. And that pissed people off. But like I've done the whole routine many times, people at BlizzCon 2018, Diablo Immortal, what? Don't you guys have phones? Man, fuck this place. Fuck Blizzard. Fuck them and their stupid asses. Fuck them. I hate them. I'm fucking never buying a Blizzard product. Fuck them. Fuck them. 5 minutes later. But that Warcraft 3 remaster, that's looking good. Oh my god, Warcraft 3 remaster gonna be great. Then Warcraft 3 remaster comes out and it's total shit. Fuck them in their stupid asses. Not gonna fucking buy another product. Gonna be fucking horrible. Blah 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 blah. Fucking. But that Diablo 4 fucking CGI looking great. Oh my god, Diablo 4 looking great. See, that's my problem with consumers. Consumers have no fucking ball sack. They're like, I hate this game, but you keep buying it. Consumers in a nutshell. I'll tell you the difference between me and most consumers. The absolute difference between me and most consumers. Ready? I will never buy another Samsung product again. I will never, ever buy another Samsung product again. Why? Because they fucked me over. As you can see, LG monitor, Asus monitor. I don't even have the broken ass Samsung monitor in here anymore. So, I did a video on my Jahlon On channel. I have another channel. I haven't worked on my Jahlon On channel in quite a while. I have to. I did a video about Samsung and why I hate Samsung. I will never buy another Samsung product. Why? Because then I would be fake and I would be disingenuous. Now, you'll see that I got the widescreen monitors. The Odyssey S9 from Samsung looks amazing. Never fucking buy it because if it broke, be a big problem. That monitor is so big, it has to be, it has to come shipped in a special box. They didn't think that shit through too good. How many of those monitors arrived broken? So, do you think as a gaming developing live streaming, like the modeling and rigging a boss mob would be cool? No. Later. See you later. Sleep is good. No, I don't think them developing, I don't think them live modeling and rigging a boss mob would be cool. Absolutely not. I think a video, and I've said this many times, and Intrepid could steal the idea, and the thing is that another company has already asked me if they can steal the idea, and I've said, yeah, it's an idea, I can't copyright it. The truth is, though, if you do my idea, could you be a baller? If you take my idea, could you maybe kick me, could you maybe kick a big donation into my company? And by big, I mean, you know, like $500. If you're gonna take my idea and it pays off for you, could you maybe make a $500 donation to Paradox Gaming Music so we can pay an artist? I said about a year ago, what Intrepid Studios needs to do is, instead of all this fake engagement, talking out your ass marketing that they do, all they need to do is do Game Design and Development 101. Literally, let me grab another book off the bookshelf. So all they need to do is take a book like this. Hold on, gotta turn the blur off. Take a book like this, The Ultimate Guide to Video Game Writing and Design. We use this in Game Design 101. And all they need to do is they need to go through some stuff, and they need to say, hey, you know what? This is a chapter on game story theory and dialogue. So what you do is you sit down, and instead of the marketing department sending out a tweet every day at 8 o'clock as scheduled by Hootsuite, they sit down, they engage with their community, and they say, what would you guys like to know about quest design? Just say, what would you like to know about quest design? Figure out all of the questions, and I would not put it on your forums where a bunch of people who don't know shit all about shit all try to answer it. I would do it as a submission. A form. What would you like to know about quest design? Put it as a form. That way it kicks it out, does it into a nice spreadsheet, a nice database. Either way, you can do either or. And then look through the viewers' questions, figure out what people would like to know most about quest design. And then I would have done a dev diary on quest design. So instead of a fucking another meaningless mount video, you come out and you say, all right, guys, normally during the live stream, what we would do is we would show a video. What we're going to do, we're not going to show you the video. You can watch the video on your own time, but we have put out a video on Introduction to Game Design and Development. Now, the trick to this here, the real core of this marketing strategy is that you don't make it an Ashes of Creation product. What you do is you make it an Intrepid Studios product. So you don't do the Ashes of Creation logo at the beginning of the video, you just do the Intrepid Studios, like unrolls, fades, pops in, there's Margaret. Margaret says, hi everybody, this is Margaret Crone, the community marketing lead at Intrepid Studios. Today we're going to be walking you through what quest design looks like. This has been a big question. You are going to see a lot of your questions have been asked and answered. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this over to blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah in the game design department. And then, hi, I'm whoever from Intrepid Studios Game Design. I'm working on the product Ashes of Creation. Ding, ding, ding. What'd you just do there? You marketed without making the whole product a marketing product. If you're concerned about IP, use generic examples. No, you talk about what you're going to do, because what you've done is you've turned this into a marketing piece that's educational, because you're going to teach to the Ashes of Creation standard. But because you didn't put your logo at the beginning, right? What happens is you're going to walk your audience through what quest design looks like. And then that's when you can throw some stuff on the screen from your game up, answer people's questions, give people shout outs by name as long as their name is appropriate. And then you've made a mark. That is a 10 out of 10 marketing piece. because that product is going to permeate into every game company's Discords, because people are going to go to Lost Ark's Discord, or let's not say Lost Ark. People are going to go to Arc Ages 2 Discord and say, hey, there's this video by Intrepid Studios about how quest design works. Do you guys do the same thing with your quest design, or do you guys do something different? The thing is, Intrepid Studios is out and off to the races. Their product isn't about fucking putting Ashes of Creation in my face again at 8 o'clock in the morning. It's about teaching the community. The one that I said they absolutely should have done was alpha. What is an alpha? What is an alpha, and how do all of the different teams use an alpha? Boom. McP. Brian, I'm gonna get his name wrong, because Byron, I'm sorry, Byron, I don't have your name memorized. It's like gonna get all fumble fucked in my head. Brian Langford, Jim Sanders, Chris Atkins, Ryan Richmond, right? McP, Mark Storch, Chris Myers. Who the fuck just left Intrepid Studios? Why is Jason Zimmerman, the director of IT, now on the... Who left the front page? Chris, Jim, Ryan. She was down there. Somebody left the main page. Anyway, you do this product, and you're not about selling Ashes of Creation. You're just about explaining how Intrepid Studios uses an alpha. Now people take that and they go into every Discord with it. Does your company do the same thing? Arc H2, Project TL, Fractured, all these other games in development. Does your company do the same thing? Now the trick to that is you have people sharing a video that other people won't have seen because they're not following Ashes. But all of a sudden, people are like, holy shit, this company's basically teaching game design and development. This is pretty awesome. Maybe I'm gonna go check out that game. You're gonna reach people you never would have been able to reach before, because you're going to have thousands and tens of thousands of people carrying this video with them, not saying, look at how cool of a game Ashes of Creation is. They're going to be saying, this is what an alpha is as defined by another game company. Remember I said Steven needs to just stick with the idea of a theme box. He needs to not call it anything else. Imagine if there was a company basically giving away education for free. Now when people say, well, what's an alpha? Well, this game studio defined what an alpha is. This game studio designed what quest design looks like. This game studio defined whatever the fuck you need to talk about is. Whatever problem you're seeing in your community where your people don't understand, your consumers don't understand, what you're doing is you're teaching them. That would be so powerful of a marketing statement. I said it a number of times. Somebody reached out to me and said, can I steal your idea? I said, it's an idea. I can't copyright it. Like I said, if you take it, you run with it, and you see residuals from it, kick some money to my PGN money production firm, my money production budget, so I can get some money. You need ideas? I give you marketing ideas all day long. Your friend and I dream is to co-own a game company. We always tell ourselves not to be money hungry like today's game and make good, high quality gameplay. Problem is, without money, there's no paying employees or publishing and creating games. Is there a book or website I could learn from to get better at marketing my games? Well, here's the thing. If you have a game and you have a product built, then there's not one single book you're going to read. This would be about the best place to start, right? This would be about the best place to start. And anybody who owns a small business, if you haven't read this book, you're failing. You got an F. And that book is available there. You can just go there. It's in my professional... Man, damn, we've talked about 4 books today. Guerrilla marketing is about the best place to start. But the problem is, if you've already got a product, you've kind of done the process backwards. It's not build the product and then figure out how to sell it. It's figure out if what you want to build will sell. For example, 8-track cassettes. Probably not going to do well in today's market. CDs. Probably not going to do well in today's market. People don't buy CDs anymore. Shit, I saw a report that one car company was thinking about not putting CD players in their cars anymore because they did some market survey research and they find that very few people are actually playing CDs. Everybody just streams from their phone. Vinyl is big again. Vinyl is big again, but for weird reasons. Vinyl is that big dick energy. People are doing vinyl because I can. Vinyl isn't big because, I mean, let's be honest. Vinyl quality isn't very good. But there is something to be had about the sound, if like you like the sound of vinyl, you know, I like the sound of records. I was raised on records. But so yeah, Xander, if you want to talk more about marketing, hit me up on Discord. I get off the computer right after the show on Monday. But send me a Discord message. I'll look at what you have. If you have an NDA, send it over. I'll give you the broad strokes of a marketing plan. Because marketing isn't done after the fact. Like I said, if you're starting a company, you need to have 3 things on day 1 at your company. You need to have a lawyer, an accountant, and a marketeer. If you don't have a lawyer, an accountant, and a marketeer, you're doing shit backwards. Like Grumpy Old Man said, find the market, fill the niche. You don't necessarily, you're not going to break into a lot of industries right now as a startup. That's not to say that there's not room for you to make the first game, make a little money, make the second. I'm gonna be fucking honest with you. I was just thinking about doing a steampunk-esque game, a little fucking, you know, throwaway, not very complicated, just fucking humor, like, you know, just a fucking humorous side scroller just for exposure, like, you know, fucking free 99 and you know, free 99 game just to get, you know, PGN music. Like I could put my own music in it, like change the record, slap the sprocket chases you. I mean, just fucking something funny. With that said, guys, Wednesday I'm gonna be covering Sifu. I'll start with Ashes of Creation as long as Ashes of Creation takes us, and then I'm gonna jump over there. It is 8 o'clock. I do have a Valentine, my Valentine of like the last 14 centuries, I mean years. So I'm gonna go hang out with my Valentine. You go hang out with your Valentine, or if you don't have a Valentine, I'm very, very sorry. You need to work on that on your own time. I will see. Stop showing off. I will see you guys on Wednesday.
I say, Sprocket, we've reached the end of another video. Time to thank the sponsors.